Hello, hello, my darlings, and welcome in. Welcome back. How are you doing? Ah! Ooh, mwah. More? Yes, this is the perfect position to catch an absolute fuck ton of pals. Yes. Oh, just in case. Just in case. Okay. All right. Hi, cuties. Welcome on in. How are you all doing, my darlings? It's so good to see you. I have missed you terribly, as always. Thank you for the power tax, awesome Aussie, incredible eyes, and lovely Nick Meadow Slice, Jam Slice, incredible eyes, and exceptional Eugene. Thank you for my palette. Thank you for the palette tag, dearest Nemeth, and Swedish Shadowgun, as well as incredible Icy, and for the care package. Thank you so much, incredible Radius. Sorry, simultaneously trying to hydrate, where I need to hold a bottle and also catch pals. Sweethearts, bees for you, Eugene. Yee, good, Eugene. Nix, Mato Slice, Jam Slice, bees. Good, Nix, incredible Ison, bees. Yee, good, Ison. Exceptional Engage, bees. Yee, good Engage, awesome Aussie, bees. Good, Aussie. Lovely line. Welcome on in. How are you? And dearest Daniel, abbies. Yes, good Daniel. I love a pal bombardment first thing in the morning. Absolutely. How's everybody been? What you guys been up to for the last 24 hours? It's been less than that, actually. It's been like... What, we finished up at like 4:30-ish? 20 hours-ish. Hugs for you, dearest Joseph, and uppies. Good, Joseph. Let me see here. Welcome on in, Radical Ram. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Cutie Cool Cam, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. I do appreciate that as well. And welcome on in. Let's see, Cutie Cloak. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Swedish Shadowgun, how are you doing? Incredible Eisen, Nerd, and Thomas. Thank you so much for contributing to the respective challenges. Eisen to the Faudian, Nerd to the movie, and Thomas to the Faudian. Thank you so much. Swedish Saint Saturnus, some abbies for you. Good Saturnus. Let's see. We may not see Strap for a bit. I'm not sure. We shall see. Oh my god, I have to make sure that I put the timer on. Hey, Bet, how you doing live? Bestie. Oh my god, Tyga. Hi, lovely Tyga. Welcome on in. How are you doing, babes? It's so good to see you. I don't normally talk like this, but you literally came in as a Valley Girl redeemed. Redeemed. How are you? It's so good to see you. Got an AFK, but what's up? What's up, cutie Tyga? It's so good to see you. Oh my god. Just in time for the raid badge. Oh yeah. OMG. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, Ram. Holy shit, bitch. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the $100 dues out of like literally fucking nowhere. Oh my god. W dono indeed. That's fucking crazy, bitch. Thank you so much. And Joseph, OMG, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the terrific Thai guy. Appreciate you. Oh my god. That's so fucking cool of you. Let's go. Hi, Ram. But oh my god. OMG, that's crazy. Thank you so much, Ram. That's a lot of money. Are you sure? That's crazy, crazy, crazy talk. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's so sweet. OMG. Holy crap. Thank you. Oh my god. Wow. Jesus. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Ram. I really appreciate that. That is very, very generous. It's fine. Today is payday. Oh my god. Holy crap. Thank you so much, Ram. That is so fucking generous of you. Thank you for the incredible support. Tiger on Tiger Raid. I know. I actually don't know. Is Tiger a tiger? Anyway, they've been playing some Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, slaying gods and whatnot. But fear not, they also enjoy chill vibes and talking to chat. So come join the fun, fam. Gonna be lit. Oh, yeah. Lovely Leo. Thank you so much for the 85 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Absolutely amazing. So fucking cool. My gifted sub ran out a couple of days ago, but that ain't gonna stop me from checking out your awesome streams. Also, I have 85 stream streak. Let's fucking go, Leo. Thank you so much, Piaz. I appreciate the dedication and support. Oh my God. Thank you so much. That was crazy. Also, Eugene, in case I missed it, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak as well. Much appreciated. Comments have been paid. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate it. I will have your sketches too in probably early to mid-August. Thank you, thank you. Pocket Chalk Tiger. Oh my God, I'm actually lurking in her stream right now. I see some Precious Pals in there already, and I love that. I love seeing Precious Pals supporting amazing people. Today is a Neo Greg Pocket Chalk support day for me. Yeah, it's so cool. I can't wait. I'm so excited, because I actually have already started some sketches, but I need to refine them a little bit more. You're very welcome, Tao. You and your wicked accent. Slay. Slay, badge. Yes. Okay. We actually, look at me go. You guys should be so proud of me. I'm caught up with chat. Would you believe it? I bet you wouldn't. Which is totally valid. I wouldn't believe it either, but yeah, chat was quiet today, so we're just gonna jump straight into our game, I think. I think that'd be a fun change of pace. And hi there, Lucid. Welcome on in, babe. How you doing? It's so good to see you. Thanks for coming on back. Alrighty, I know, it's crazy. But it's true. It's so fucking true. We're going to just jump straight in because we don't have too much in the way of chat to catch up on. You'll maybe get 20 quests done tonight. OMG. We'll see. Maybe because I caught up with chat so quickly, I'll be really slow throughout our questing. Could happen. Could happen. I'm doing good. How about you, Tao? I am doing well, babes. I'm a little bit tired, but that's totally okay because I have you guys, and that's what matters, honestly. Besides, you guys are gonna if anything, you guys are gonna wake me the fuck up. You know what I mean? Such a bestie thing to do. Tao, I have an idea that I want to share here to get live feedback from yourself and pals. Community VR chat karaoke night. I mean, you guys can organize that stuff if you would like to. I don't know how to use VR chat well enough to stream with it yet. I haven't had time at the moment, which is a bit of a bummer, but I would really, really like to do that someday. To host VR chat group hangouts and stuff. I think that'd be really fun. Hi there, dearest Dime. Welcome on in. How are you? Good to see you again. Hope you are doing well. Passed out during Alabaster Dawn. Didn't sleep as long as I'd have liked to, so I need to not stay here all night again. Oh no, geeks, I'm so sorry. Oh no. When did you get to bed, hun? Not immediately? Yeah, that's fair. But no, you guys are welcome to organize this stuff in and amongst the pouch if you would like to. It was 5 or 5:30. Oh my God. Oh, geeks. Please get some more sleep. If that happened, that would be the first time I actually start playing VR chat. I would love to do that. I think that would be really fun. I just, yeah. I need to find some time to actually learn about VR chat, effectively, because I don't really understand it very well. It's almost 2 a.m. now, so I can stick around for another hour or two. Nice. Guess what, geeks? I caught up with chat in 5 minutes today, so we're jumping straight into the game. Aren't you proud of me? Or sleep to Tao's terrifically good voice. Oh, thank you, Joseph. You're so sweet. Thought of it came literally at 1 a.m. Love that. Sometimes the best thoughts do. All right, let's see. We have to mourn in passing. Oh, that's right. Okay, last time we had an instance of the little nama-nama-noms. I forgot their names. The nama-nama-noms, they... I'm trying to look at me go. Look at me try and do a recap of the story so far. The Nominums, there's like a good branch and a bad branch, and you guys actually mainly defeated the big bad, who was like the god primal of the bad Nominums, and now and that god primal and that bad Nominums, they were bad to the dragons, and so now the dragons, these guys, they are gonna be thrilled because we said, will you help us if we help you? And they're like, yeah, but you won't be able to do it. But guess what, bitch? We got you. You're already 3D, Tausita, so I don't imagine it'd be too tough. No, I just mean like the settings and how to do stuff, you know what I mean? Tau in game with 25 minutes of stream start? Is this one of the signs of the apocalypse? Valid query, geeks. Hi there, beautiful Bernthie. Welcome on in. I'm gonna see if I can get the Steam frame when it drops. Probably the first VR I get with my own money. Is Steam frame a VR thing? I actually didn't know that. Lovely la. Hi, how are you? Yay, we love a poorly explained story. Yay! Who doesn't, right? Time to watch Tau to get chauffeured around. Yes, thank you for the chauffeuring. I appreciate it. Things go so much faster when you guys are chauffeuring me, and I really do appreciate it. Oh, there's a cute dragon over there. That's Nesk fun. I like this one. Can I have this one? The dragon faces in this game are so scary, but look at their badonkadonks, dude. They have the biggest badonkadonks I've ever seen. Really, really large trunk. Let me see. I can just picture it in dramatic fashion. Soundly dead asleep, suddenly jolts awake and screams, "Tau community VR chat karaoke!" Yeah, that must have been what happened, right? Surely. How did Lucy ever heard about Juicy Lucy Burgers? Hi, Sita Sir Jazzy. Welcome on in. Thank you for the pal hat. 18 quests to get to the next dungeon. Let's go. We might get there. Thank you for the lurking, lovely Nix. It's Valve's very own VR. Yes. Oh, very cool. I thought they had a VR thing before. The Steam frame looks legitimately like a game changer within the VR space, and as such, will command a hefty price tag. What's so different and special about it? Are we gonna need to censor that? The badonkadonks? Yeah, you probably need to put a censor bar over these things, yeah. Lovely Lucy! You've made it to every stream since you've joined the pouch, haven't you, hun? Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you for the care package as well. Gray! You sweet angel. Thank you so much for coming over here. Nice sword, Tau. Where'd you get? I got it from this! Ah! Thank you, Liz! I have. Oh, that's amazing, darling. That means the world. I'm so glad you're enjoying content enough to hang out for 3, like, well, not just 3, but like every stream since you first arrived. That means the world. It does a lot of interesting tech things that make the whole experience more accessible and better. It'd be a lot to break down in chat. It's just built different. I'd love a breakdown if you want to send one to me. I am curious. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thine ill-conceived contest with the Nath? The Nama-Nama-Num! Nay, my friend. We return in triumph. By Tau's hand was the beastman's god, Lord Ravana, laid low. In his overconfidence, the Primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat. A promise we believe he will keep. The Nath shall trouble you no longer. Shit, sorry. Hey there, lovely Solar. Am I late? You're not actually late. I'm just really early. I got through chat in 5 minutes today. We just really wanted to get in the game. How are you doing, Suda Solar? Sorry, Lucy. I was trying to tab out so I could allow that. It's silly that it's not. There we go. Haven't been this consistent since I started hanging out in Mongrel streams. Oh, let's go, Lucy. What an honor to have you hang out with us. Suda Solar, thank you so much for popping in to say hi before work, darling. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for the support. And I hope you have a good work day, hun. Let me jump on that. Oh, that's okay, lovely Solar. Don't worry about it. I mean, obviously, we'd love to have you, but, like, please don't feel, you know, please don't feel, obligated. That's the word. The TLDR, it runs its own operating system, so it doesn't require PC, but it can run games on a dedicated 6 gigahertz connection from a PC. It only renders what your eyes are focused on to save processing power. No cables, no lighthouses for tracking. It's all plug and play. I probably forgot a lot too. Like I said, it's just built different and doesn't require signing over your life details to Meta. Oh, that does sound pretty cool. That does sound actually fucking sick. So there's no lighthouses, it's all just the headset? Or do they have like their own proprietary like lighthouse alternative that that like comes in the box? Is that it? Or I think I got caught up to you. Well done, lovely Solar. Well done. Very impressed. Phenomenon. Do 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 do. Phenomenon. Do 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 do. Phenomenon. Do 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 do. Phenomena. Time to save more money. I know, right? That's when I get it so bad. It's all in the headset. Is it good? It uses IR tracking from the headset, and Linus already reviewed it and was flabbergasted that it actually worked. It's kind of like magic. Valve cooked. Damn, is that something I want really badly? Is that something I want really badly? Because one of my biggest issues, and remember, you guys might recall, I actually was intending to, and meant to, and wanted to do a workout stream the night before I got fired from my job, when I had a little mental breaky. And one of the things that kind of contributed very mildly, but I have slime trackers, which you guys very kindly funded. But a couple of them have just kind of stopped working, and I spent like 7 or 8 hours straight doing research, being on the Discord, asking questions, and everyone's like, I don't know what's wrong with it. Did you like spill water on it? I'm like, no. So now I'm like, oh, well, that could be good, considering that I know nothing about, I know literally nothing about VR or about like coding or motherboards or fucking any of that stuff, which Slime VR, if you don't know, is a lot more kind of meant for people who like to mess around with that stuff. I don't know what any of it means. It was working great for like the last, year and a half? But yeah, then several months ago when I hooked them up to try and do our workout stream, I was like, why is this shit not working? So now I'm wondering if I should get something that is like literally plug and play. I don't have to do or know anything. A lot of electronics and chemistry are like magic. That is true, Joseph. I do agree with that. Suffice it to say, it is the top of my wish list since once I get another job. It solves every issue I have with my Vive. Oh, did you have a similar issue with your Vive, geeks? Same exact quest, right on point. Hey, good job, Pseudosolar. Well done. Slime truckers! Did you spill ink on them? Engager's so funny! No, you are funny, though. That's actually a valid question for me. No, I didn't. I actually was not into fountain pens then. Fountain pens are a recent acquisition. Okay. Attend me, mortals. Hie you unto the deepest reaches of morn, and there shall you find Halo, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Som-Al. But be fairly warned. The minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that sacred mount. By your struggles within the cavern shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vidofnia. If memory serves, the Cavern of Morn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. I love my Vive, super hot VR, and Beat Saber kick ass, but it's not great with resolution. The setup is a nightmare, and I wear glasses, so that's a whole deal. The Steam Frame is 3rd generation VR tech. It's about time it matured. I'm cautiously optimistic. That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I might have the precious powers. Hi, precious powers. Me. Oh, hi there, Sweetest Storm. Ignores the first disclaimer for heinous inaccuracies. Return to Pooh Corner. Holy shit! I thought no one was ever gonna request that one. Oh my god. Okay. Holy Holy shit, I'm kind of excited. I haven't sung this for a very long time, but I will give it a shot for you, Sweetest Storm, because wow, I'm, damn. All right, return to corner. Wow. I'm genuinely shocked that anyone even knows this song. Hugs for Tsaritsa before they leave. That's so sweet. Okay. Also, you know what I just realized? I wasn't scrolled up. Yummy, yummy. Welcome on in. I'm so sorry. Sweeta Tsaritsa, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. I so appreciate it. I'm so sorry. Oh no. Ah, sorry, honey. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. Let me have some water. Hold on. All right.
Surprise communism!
Indeed. Christopher Robin and I walked along under branches lit up by the moon, posing our questions to Well and Eeyore as our days disappeared all too soon. But I've wandered much further today than I should, and I can't seem to find my way back to the wood. So help me if you can, I've got to get back to the house at Pooh Corner by 1. You'd be surprised, there's so much to be done. Count all the bees in the hive, chase all the clouds from the sky, the clouds all back to the days of Christopher Robin and Pooh. Go to singing. Winnie the Pooh doesn't know what to do, got a honey jar stuck on his nose. He came to me asking help and advice, and from here no one knows where it goes. So I sent him to ask of the owl if he's there, how to loosen a jar from the nose of a bear. So help me if you can, I've got to get back to the house at Pooh Corner by 1. You'd be surprised, there's so much to be done. Count all the bees in the hive, chase all the clouds from the sky, the clouds all back to the days of Christopher Robin and Pooh. So help me if you can, I've got to get back to the house at Pooh Corner by 1. You'd be surprised, there's so much to be done. Count all the bees in the hive, chase all the clouds from the sky, the clouds all back to the days of Christopher Robin and Pooh. Hold on. I actually don't know that verse. I never know the like final verses, so my apologies. I'll do the final chorus though. Hello. Believe in me if you have finally come back to the house at Pooh Corner by 1. You'd be how do you how do you know if there's much to be done? Count all the bees in the hive, chase all the clouds from the sky, the clouds all back to the days of Christopher Robin, till the days of Christopher Robin, till his days were ending soon. I actually so sorry. I don't remember that last little bit. That's a song that my dad sung me when I was a baby. And I somehow managed to remember some of it. Sorry, also, you may be able to hear, but my throat is all gunky again. But thank you for the request, Storm. I appreciate the faith in me. Sorry if it was disappointing, but anyway, Abby's for you, lovely Lobbit. Good Lobbit. Hi there, Valley and Vitalina. How are you? It's good to see. Let's see. Hey, Fabulous Frostbite, welcome on in. How are you? Hold on, let me give you another invite. So this next batch of quests is a bit bigger than before. As in we probably won't get through 20 of them, right? 17 quests and then 23 quests.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I do not understand how to play this game, after all. Valid, true. Halsita, would you ever be open to having a hosted talent show of the pals? I would love to do something like that. And I do actually still owe you guys a Discord karaoke stream, as in where like we won't be streaming it, but like go on Discord and then those who want to participate in singing karaoke can. But I still don't know how to do that, and I unfortunately have still not had the time since the subathon to actually consider it. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, lovely Lawbit. I'm so sorry that you are fighting a headache, lovely Frostbite. I hope we can take your mind off of it at least a little bit. Okay, where are we going? Discord karaoke sounds fire. Yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun. Okay, let me see here. Oh, is that it? Is that it, Solar? There's an ether current that we get as a reward. Is right. Oh, wait, we're not even close to it, sorry. I was like, oh, we're on top of it. Psych, we're actually completely far away from it. Okay. We're going on an adventure. We are. There is a current along the way too. Sick. Yay, Gray, thank you for so following me. I now must lurk for a while. Don't know how long it'll be. All good, lovely Aussie. Enjoy your lurking. Sorry. Oh, man. Ow. Oh, there is an ether current. What do you know? Button, no. Maybe we'll get it on the way back. Oh, yay. Oh, yay. Thank you. Yay. Thank you, Gray. I appreciate it. Okay. Nom, nom, nom. Thank you. The music is so cute in this game. Well, not cute, but like this song is cute, and a lot of the stuff that they play is just bangers. Man, I'm having trouble breathing, dude. Fuck. Draza, thank you for the pal hat. I appreciate it. When we go on a break, I'll need to go and take a puffer. Fun fact about this song is that it's from FF15. Yeah, I think people have mentioned that that's the song that plays when you guys are like traveling. It's a road trip amongst boys, right? Oh, my turn. Okay. Well done, little one. As promised, I shall open the way to Som Al's summit for thee and thy companions. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, This mountain is revered as holy ground and resting place both. Wear you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent, for 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. Estinian. The way is open. Let us not tarry here. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Tiaman herself is said to guard this peak. I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Spoken like a true butcher! Need I remind you that we are come to parley a peace? Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtful venture. And 'tis for the sake that I go now to speak with Bro, I can't with these names. Hresvelger. But I said nothing of Tiamat. Should the opportunity present itself to rid my people of another one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as Azure Dragoon. You are beyond redemption. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. If we are to meet with Hresvelger, our path leads up to the mountain. What shall defend ourselves if attacked? We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? Twig Norami! Hello there, terrific Twig. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow, hon. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome, darling. How are you doing? Some owl is now accessible. Oh, do we already have another dungeon, you guys? I haven't been back to FF14 recently because when I rejoined because of your stream, I fanted into a Highland or Hyur, but I miss my Viera, and I can't afford to throw money at another Fanta. First world problems. Poor geeks. I think I have a few of them. Can I trade them to you? Yeah, it's a song from the car. Also, since I missed it, I'm a little sad on how much they cut from freeing Raban and being cleared of all charges. Was there a lot more than that? Because yeah, it did seem kind of rushed. Didn't realize there used to be more to that section. Right? Oh, it is dungeon time. Okay. There was an entire section of learning who did it, confronting the person that tipped the poison, and Raban actually curing Nanamo. And they changed it to the exposition dump of Milala, or whatever her name was. Yeah, it made me doubt if that was ever even resolved, because we didn't get much clarity or you know, intrigue there. Yes, Hrasvelgrachotach, first of his name, questioner of the new titles, exactly. Can't trade the freebies? Aw, man, that's too bad. Oh, bummer. It all got moved off screen. Oh. Yeah, that's too bad, because that would have been I imagine that could have been a pretty fascinating arc. Okay, I guess we need to do we gotta do okay, anyway, I give myself this. I give myself this treat. Now, how many people is this for? It's dungeon, right? So does that mean, is it 4 or 8? Four. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we have you 4, so we can run with it. I understand that you're upset that you didn't get the full resolution, but trust me, Tao, you're not missing much. It was mostly bloat. Do you reckon, Shadow Princess? I feel like I still have this unfinished idea in the back of my head because I didn't get like more of a solid resolution. You already got the full party for it. Alrighty. Well then, I guess we're going in. I don't know. Should I stay as a... Oh, I'm scared. Should I stay as a tanker now? It was bloat, but mildly important bloat. Ah, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Fair enough. I played before the changes. I honestly barely remember it. It's not the important bit of Heavensward, in my opinion. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Most of the bloat they cut was around Reborn. Right. Time to see how laggy my heels are. Well, I'm a terrible. Okay, can we go in and I'll try and do tanky, and then I'll probably fail, and then you guys can take over. Oh wait, are you guys still deciding? Sorry. Do you want me to withdraw, or can we commence? I don't know if you guys are able to switch your withdraw. Okay. The important part is clearly Estinian. He has a dragoon. Storm! Abby, grabby, grabby, grabby. God, Storm! Fuck, dude. I think actually, before this, we might go on a quick break. I gotta go get my puffer. I'm having trouble breathing. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds and mine in case you need to take any medication or vitamins. I'll be right back. Anabon? Okay. Banana bomb and worms? Oh, banana. Horse gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
Wait, I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car. Why no car? Why no car? No car. No car. Oh, I'm on something. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see, it's almost invisible. 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 Ah! It's on the floor. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Needle?
What are you doing?
Whee. Oh, yeah, that wasn't very bright. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one wants a strat. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit! Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington. And is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my God! Save. Oh. Whoa! I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from. You're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. Wanted to like you so badly, Akechi. I like the sexual tension we had.
That's the death certificate of the principal offender, correct? Is there anything with it?
No, nothing in particular. More importantly, you've done well with...
It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Gage, you're so sweet. Thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? If that's not... I can also do aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck this, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, they're not the romantic kind. They just go, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful. Oh, banana. Okay, I can breathe again. I will let you guys finish your words, and then we will jump back into our dungeon.
Hey, there's a button on.
I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No, poor squirrel. I would never. Deal. Hello there, dearest Deal. Welcome on in. How are you? Keep it up. Good job. Keep it up. Hey, we got a save fan in the chat, and we got a save as well. Oh my fucking god, that's sick. What a beautiful coincidence. Hey, welcome on in, sweetest save. Welcome on in, dearest Deal. I'm having so much trouble talking today. We also don't have a strat for the foreseeable future, but we do have a save. Hi there, sweetest save. You guys, if you haven't checked out sweetest save, he's a dear friend of mine and a dear friend of the channel. He's absolutely fucking outstanding. He's an incredible streamer. He's a big time, big deal boy. And he also plays lots of really cool stuff. He was recently, was it Arkfield? Ark Knights? I don't know if those are different. Arkfield, Ark Knights? Arkfield, Enfield? End Knights, Arkfield? But he also, and mainly, is an outstanding Hearthstone streamer. Hi, there's Alyssa. How are you? It's good to see you. TauTassieTiger in this day and age. Hello there, Void. How are you? So good to see you. Oh my god, my voice is fucked, dude. Holy shit. Let me see here. Zara, it's good to see you. You are not late today. You are not. Terrific Talon. Welcome on in, Ubbies. Yee, good Talon. And Incredible Eyes and Ubbies. Yee, welcome back, sweetheart. Exceptional Engage, Ubbies. Arc Knights, Enfield. Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate that. That's it. Enfield Arc Knights. Dark Field Knights. Knights Arkfield. Yes, precisely. Hope you're doing well, except for the whole having trouble talking / breathing, which surely is a small thing. Yeah, it's definitely a small thing. There's no problems. I'm good. Wow. I don't know what's going on with me. Yes, you guys, please do check out Civ, seriously. He is an outstanding streamer, super interactive. He's very funny, very quick-witted, great memory, really thoughtful, has every clip known to man and more of VTubers and Star Wars and Star Trek and a bunch of other shit that pops up and I like to pretend like I've seen it before, but I haven't. But yeah, he's got like the ultimate stream deck and 7,055 folders in there. To town other Aussies in here in case they didn't get the memo. On Monday, they're testing an emergency alert system nationwide. So if all of your mobile devices literally play a siren, it is probably just a test. I did hear about that, dear Raza. Thank you for letting us know. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Void, how you doing, Valiant Void? It's good to see you. All right. Let's jump into it. Whee! Out! Okay, I'm about to start screaming. Sorry in advance. 7,055? 7,056. I just clicked this and added it to the newest page. I believe that, actually, Save. I do believe that. I would love to see the folders that are associated with your Stream Deck sometime, because I feel like it'd be, you'd have, like, Stream Deck, and then you open that, and it's like... And then you open one of those... And then inside of those, there was an interview on the ABC about how it will work and what devices can receive it and how people who are trying to keep a safe phone can avoid it going off. That's smart. That's good. That is good. I did hear about that from some, wait, is this? There's not just a boss in front of us. Oh, right. This is a dungeon. Sorry. I was like, trial. It's not trial. I'm new to the duty. Button. Oh, wait, I probably should have this on, huh? Sorry. I'm already fucking everything up, sorry. Ooh, I like the bubbles. Okay. Oh, wow, you guys just own that thing. Is this unrestricted? Is that what's happening here? You guys... Oh, no, you're all 54. We're all 54. Vinny! Hi there, Valiant Vinny. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. It's been a minute. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you! Don't forget tank stance. Wait, oh, I turned it off. I'm so sorry. I didn't turn it. I turned it off somehow. Kind of hate that it's something we even need to think about. Yeah, it is quite sad, but it's also important that we are thinking about it, you know? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what these buttons are. Oh my god, I'm pushing everything. Press C, press Q. Ooh, another friend. Airplane mode or turn the device off for the test period? Is that the solution? I've been doing great. That's great, Vinny. I'm so happy to hear that, darling. How good. TauTassieTiger. 8 and 9 for AoE. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Wrong buttons. Wrong buttons. Okay. There's a pollen cluster there too. Do I have like a taunt for a distance thing at all? Hello. Hello. Hi, lovely lab. Welcome on in. Good to see you, darling. I smell Ishgard, you do. Oh, that's a scary guy. Scary guy. Tab 3, yellow dude with the sword. Oh, okay. That's the throwing a taunt thing. I guess I get to stand in it. Special privileges being a tank. Distance attack is 0, I think. Oh, not tab 3? Gonna be working with Sean Gunn at Crunchyroll this November to get my character down produced. Oh, awesome! He's the English dub director for Hell's Paradise. That is so sick. And Demon Slayer and a bunch of other animes. I'm so hyped. Dude, that's awesome, Vinny. Congratulations, hon. That's fantastic. I can't wait to watch your first anime. Run at enemies, spin to win, repeat till everything is dead, the way of the tank. Yeah, I just need to... My problem is that I know that no one's gonna believe this because of how garbage I'm tanking, but like, there was once upon a time where I used to be in a pretty reasonably sized guild doing like competitive high level rating in WoW. And I did used to tank, but because I stream now, I haven't learned anything about my class because I have such precious sweet pals to carry me through everything, which is fine with me. I'm no longer interested in doing competitive raiding. Sean Gann, dude, you're so lucky. Yeah, well, Vinny's also very talented. Vinny was in my class. The second row, number 3, is a ranged taunt. Does no damage, but will take aggro. Gotcha, that's fine. WoW tanks are assumed to be universally terrible at tanking in FF14. Really? That's so funny. Okay, well, I guess maybe I'm still a good tank in WoW and I'm just garbage in FF14. The third button on the second row is your provoke. Third button on the second row. Right, okay. Wait, what were you saying here? That's your taunt button, but if you want a ranged attack to grab enemies, that's your 0. Oh, and then what brings it to you? Is that how that works? Sorry, I'm really done with this. I got halfway through Dawn Trail Savage Trials before I realized this is not for me. I'm a filthy casual. And that's allowed. You're allowed to be. Anyone think spinning the boss does anything? I'm gonna stop healing them. I don't think that spinning the boss does anything. I just try to keep it facing away from you guys, no? Whoa, whoa, fire! Bad dragon. Wait, sorry. I thought that I was gonna be able to hit that thing, but I can't. Is it coming down? Oh, it is. Oh, it's cute! I want this one! I want this for a mount. Oh, it's gone again. As quickly as it came. Keep it facing away from the party, so if it sneezes, only one of you has to self-isolate. Exactly. We can't have COVID in our dungeon. That dragon, I'm sorry, I did not think about the, as per usual, I did not think about the words that came out of my mouth, sorry. I've had it quite a few times, and it was always the same story. Oh, I was top level raider, and wow, blah, blah. Okay, cool. You don't need me to heal you then. Oh, no. I still need you to heal me. I'm just saying, I'm not, I mean, to be fair, I haven't really had to learn my monk class either, but I did learn that a little bit more than this one. You can get that red dragon as a mount by doing PvP. I don't want to do PvP, but I would still like the dragon, please. It's been so long since I've played this game. I'm thinking of getting back into MMOs. You totally should, huh? That'd be awesome. Do it, do it. Where's my 6? There it is. Sorry, I have my game mouse, and because I only do this once a week, I always forget where the buttons are by the very next session. Ew, a bad little sprite. Ooh, that's a cool dragon too! It reminds me of a How to Train Your Dragon dragon. Monk is actually really hard at a high level. Probably the most difficult class, or very close. Really? I've not noticed because I keep getting carried, which I prefer. And luckily, there's more DPS than there are tanks or healers, so I don't have to be too careful. I just have to, like, not be in the telegraphs and stuff. If you do the frontline roulette once a day, it takes about 15 minutes, you can earn the red dragon in about a week or 2, depending on how often you win. What is frontline roulette? Is that like the PvP version of the duty finder? A lot of fast cooldowns and double or triple weaves, lots of positionals. Oh, interesting. Ooh! Maya. I still love playing Machinist. I cast Gun! Prepare to meet God! I'm, as you know, I'm not much into guns, but I am curious about it nonetheless. What are those squishy thingies? What are the squishy thingies? Should I be afraid of them? Should I worry about them? Are they my concern? What? Oh, wait. Was I supposed to go for the, what does this mean? I forgot what this means. What is this sign? I thought you weren't on today. Nope, I'm on. You can always check this, the schedule, and it's a stack, so we do want to be close or not be close. Space, no, if you check the events and schedule channel, it's always in your local time zone. I'm not into gun. You're playing with the gun tank. There's a sword attached. Not for purple? Wait, don't stack for purple, but do for yellow? Whoa, what is happening? What is this? Oh no, we gotta kill the thingy, bad thingy. 0 is my, the throwing thing? Okay, never mind, it's too late. That's a stack marker. Group together when the arrows point together like that. Oh, okay, all right. All the time, or does it change color? Yay, well done! Just because you got a fancy bayonet doesn't make it not gun. Well, says you. Good to see you, lovely space cat. Welcome on in. Oh, right, so let's see here. You need to kill the blobs. The green one is the one that's gotta go, otherwise it'll stack and wipe out the team. Oh, got it. Okay, arrows going in are the stacking one. Okay, all right, got it. Thank you. I know, I just tend to read it wrong. Oh, all good, lovely space cat, all good. Yeah, we're pretty consistent. Unless I warn you guys like a week in advance, I'll probably be there. Tioman's the last one. Hey, gorgeous Gundam. Welcome on in, hun. Thank you for the 125 streams. Thank you for your awesome dedication and support. And good morning to you. It's obvious that Tao hasn't done the novice hall mechanics thing. I have not. I did do it for DPS. I did not do it for tanking. That is true. Later in the game, they can be red. If red, only tank stack. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Understood. Hi there, Akiasa. How are you? Sorry, Akiasia. That's it. Akiasia. Welcome on in. How are ya? Oh, you're Proof. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's a big name change. Hello, Proof. Long time no see. It'll always be yellow, yeah. There's a circle stack marker and a line stack marker, but they both mean to group up. If you instead have a marker above her head and a circle on the ground that follows you, that means to spread out so that the circles don't touch. Okay, if you have a mark above your head and a circle on the ground that follows you, that means to spread out. Okay. I think I get it. Had a dentist appointment yesterday. Went faster than I expected. That's great, hon. Are you feeling all right? I hope so. Been in the trenches. Life's been busy, but honestly fulfilling. That's great, darling. I'm so happy it's been good. Haven't had much time, much game time. Oh, that's fair, darling. No worries. It's always good to see you, though, hun. Thank you for making it in to say hey. Dragon. Wait, 2 dragon. Oh, they're 2 dragon. Hail and well met. Hi there, dearest Drake. Welcome on in. How you doing? Gecko! Hi, gorgeous Gecko. Welcome. Oh, you're getting a filling lift. Aw, fillings kind of suck, but you'll get better quickly. You'll get better quickly. Hey, if you guys aren't following the Veiled Shadows Instagram account, make sure that you do. I just got announced over there as the voice of Ruby, which you guys have known for a while, but it's officially on the official page officially now. Just a small piece of tooth sticking out. All she did was file it down with a drill. Oh, fair enough. Tiaman, consort of Nidhogg, we beseech you. Fuck, I can't read that fast. You're not supposed to keep going. As I thought. Blind of reason like all the rest. If you would see our mission to its conclusion, you know what must be done. Such rage and rancor. Is there truly no other way? Oh, wait, sorry, I'm back here. Wait. Okay, I'm here now. Ooh. Look at me, Beach! Look at me, Beach! Why are you facing that way? The music in this game is just so good. It's really good. I love the music in this game. Amazing. Are there ads that I should be aware of in this? Sorry, I'm literally just... Oh wait, he's invulnerable. Wait, where are we going? What's happening? The left wing of tragedy? Is that where we're targeting? Why do I have a thing above my head? What does this mean? What's happening? Oh my god, I'm very bad at this game. Uh-oh.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I do not understand how to play this game. Maybe I should stick to DPS classes, hey? Oh, what? Why did I must have pushed the wrong button. Buttons. Ooh, either we died or we won. I think we won, because you guys carried. Thanks for carrying. Always. Thank you for always carrying me. You got it? Well done, Solar. Well done. Woo! Yay! Time for hugs. Hug time. Hugs for you, Anna. Hugs for you, Gray. Yay! Thank you. Tau, pro tank, let's go. That's what everyone says. You're turning things away from the group. You're doing better than a fair number of other tanks I've seen. Thank you. I do know, I know the basics of that, and I always try to re-up any taunting or provocation moves that I've got, but yeah. Enter Som Al. I think, again, I might actually be reasonable at this if I just actually learn my moves, but I don't know what my moves are doing. So I just push the buttons instead. But we live, so it's okay, even if I get to attribute the the living to you guys. I hear that every time the jingle plays. Ooh! Aw, thank you, sweet Tassie, sweet Solar. You guys are so lovely. Ooh. I assume that by the end of Heavensward, you have a link to all the crystals? I get people back in the North American servers that purposely make things harder. That sucks. Better to be dumb than malicious. My personal motto. When I played, my party assigned me the role of cheerleader. They said me attempting to use any actual abilities would drag the team down. That's right, Joey, and you are the best cheerleader, yes you are.
Whoa, they made the save icon in real life.
Whoa, they did, and there he is. Hi there, lovely Nosh, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Cutscene, yes indeed.
Tau!
Twould seem Tiamat was the last. I sense no other dragons nearby. Oh, it's like... Doing well, lovely Nosh. Thank you for asking. How are you? What is happening? See you soon, see the solar. Oh, shit. all the malice and rage and angsty nastiness is built up, and now he's having a heart attack. Nidhogg! He roars! He knows where we are, then. His fury... it bleeds through the eye! Rage? Do you not think he's rageful? Fear not! I am yet my own master! But the damned worm's wrath burns hotter than flame. Come! The heart of the dragon's homeland yet lies before us. He's so edgy. You guys love this guy. You guys love this guy, though. He's giving edgelord vibes. I do love an edgelord, though. Thus do we add another link to the chain of vengeance. Oh, Saint Shiva. When will it end? Your in-game model is super cute. Ah, thank you, gorgeous Gundam. I must confess, the only thing I did was, I think I largely made the face, but I still let you guys, like, vote on hair and stuff. But all the stuff I wear is from the pals. They bring me nice things, and I'm looking very cute because of them. They dress me. Thank you, Mommy Lith.
Like islands, floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds. To a domain where dragons and men had once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years, they came.
Wow. It's dark. We're in Dravania, the churning myth. Estinian is the absolute best character in this X-Pack, no contest. I will fight the Amaric stance. So far I do really like Amaric. He's grown on me a lot. Well, he actually never wasn't grown on me, I guess. He was always kind of reasonable and nice. Yeah, spicy mashed potatoes. That sounds really good. I would like some of those. Pretty please. Wait, Alfie, I need to attune. I know myself, and if I don't do it now, I will forget. I will run right past it repeatedly. We have made it to Dravania.
We have reached it at last, the peak of Som-Al. 'Tis said to be the highest mountain in all of Eorzea, you know. I thought it cold in Coerthus, but the air here carries the chill of a dozen winters.
Back when I first played FF14, I made it my personal quest to just play dress up and get a unique outfit for each of my jobs. Oh, I love that, Gundam. That's a good use of your time, to be honest. Everyone always says that the end game of this game is glamour. Normally I would log on and join you, but no amount of gil could force me to return to the churning mists. Never again. Oh, you don't like this? You don't like this area, do you, geeks? This game has too many options that I just get overwhelmed. Yeah, that's understandable. The end glam, exactly. The end glam.
Now that we've scaled the mountain, there remains the problem of finding Hraesvelgr himself.
Oh, look at a poogie. No, that's not a poogie. that's a flying poogie. That's a poogie is a monster hunter. A poogle. A poogle. Sorry, I'm getting my IPs mixed up. The zone is fine, but there's a post-X-Pack grind that takes place there. I was there for too long, and it wasn't really worth it. Oh, that sucks. That's too bad, geeks. I'm sorry. Okay, understandable. What makes spicy is Tony's more spicy white pepper and garlic salt for even more flavor. Yummy. Moogle. Oh, not a poogle. Nailed it. Thank you. Where did I get poogle from? I was close. I was kind of close. Wrong consonant, sorry. Oh my god. Thank you, Traza. Sir Jazzy nailed it. Uh-oh. but I quit just as I got to Heavensward. I just realized MMOs aren't for me. That's totally fair, Gundam. If Moogles were Poogles, that would make Mog Pog. Huh? I feel like the music is perfectly fitting for my brain right now. This is the song that plays 100% of the time. Kind of looks like Litwick from afar. Who is Litwick? Wait, the Pokemon? Is that a Pokemon? Thank you for the head pat, lovely line. Thank you, thank you. Close enough. Welcome to Pog Home. Is it Mog Home? Mog Home? What manner of creature is that? Home! It's so cute. Do you think Poogies and Moogles would be friends? Poogies and Moogies? Poogles and Moogles?
Tau, do my eyes deceive me, or was that a Moogle?
Oh, Pog emotes. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. Yep. I got that one. Boom. Just testing you. Yep. Uh-huh. For sure. Moogle, go home. Yes, the Pokemon. To be fair, I am not wearing any glasses. Oh, fair.
It was my understanding that they only dwelled within the Twelveswood. I certainly never expected to see one in the churning mists. If the Moogle does live here, however, he may know where Hrosvilgar makes his lair. Quickly now, before we lose the creature completely.
I love whatever that thing is. I know, it's cute, isn't it? Moogly wooglies. Poogly wooglies. Poogie woogies. Poogs and Moogs should be a tavern somewhere. Oh my god, I would go visit that. That sounds like the perfect pop-up in, like, Japan or something.
Ah, he's gone! Tau, we must widen our search.
Whee! With my ongoing quest to play all the FF games, I've encountered many Moogles. They are always fun, in my opinion. Moogles are very cute. They're such a whimsical piece of sometimes otherwise very dark stories. There is no sign of a Moogle in this area. The nearby air appears warped. You sense that concealing magics are at work. I'm almost at the end of FF4. I'm just excited to start 5, because that's where Gilgamesh, Greg, originates from. Nice! Okay, yeah, that's fair. I would not be opposed to trying some of the other games. I have heard tales of these Moogles, but 'tis the first time I've ever laid eyes on them. They are rather adorable, aren't they? Well, why do you stare at me, sir? Can I not find a creature adorable? My heart is not truly made of ice. Oh, Isael, you can think things are cute! Poor thing. None are as more fun than Good King Moogle Mog the 12th. Bless his mighty heart. He was scary. I will forever vouch for FF10. Okay, I will note that one. I haven't played that one either. The nearby air appears warped. You sense that concealing magics are at work. Where's the... So I'm not looking for etheric disturbances. I'm looking for specific locations. Ah, destination. I'm blind. It's right next to Estinian. Good King Moogle Mog! Estinian's gonna be like, I want to kill him. I want to kill him. I see no evidence of this Moogle of yours. Are you certain it wasn't a trick of the light? Mayhaps 'twas simply one of these strange plants shifting in a breeze. That's not as endearing as Isael's opinions, so fuck you. Just a slight nudge to play the FF1 Pixel Remaster. It's the most D&D of all FF games. The most D&D of all FF games. I didn't even realize that D&D had the remotest influence on Final Fantasy.
I'm sure I glimpsed the Moogle fleeing in this direction. Could he be concealing himself with magic? Confound it! Could we but enlist the aid of one of the local Moogles? I am certain Hrasvelga would not elude us for long. Though the eye enables me to sense the presence of dragons, I can only identify nidhogs with any certainty. We could wander the mists for days and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. And those are days we cannot well afford to squander. Shall we divide our forces then? Lady Isail, might I ask you to question any dragons whom you judge it safe to approach? I shall try. Yet I fear the influence of Nidhogg's rage will render most of the Dravanians in the area deaf to reason. And what of you, Master Alphanol? I have not yet given up on the Moogles. Okay, he's going on a Moogle hunt. Go! Go forth! Find thine Moogles! It has some clear D&D influence, and then FF2 onward immediately drops that. Oh, that's kind of a bummer. Tau, come with me to Gridania. I mean to petition the aid of the Moogle's kin in the Twelveswood. After that business with Mogglemog, I dare say they will be glad to help us. Did Mogglemog fuck up the other Moogles? I forgot. Assuming you have no need of me, I shall remain here. Nidhogg senses both the loss of his consort and the coming of the Eye, and his attention is firmly fixed in this direction. I mean to do what I can to hold his gaze in the hope that it might delay any action against Ishgard. Thank you, Justinian. Come then, Tau. Let us make haste for Gridania and rendezvous at Novika's altar. But I neglected to tell you. There is an aetheryte of ancient construction here, which should make the return journey rather less arduous. Pray do not forget to use it. I will. I can do that. I can forget. Not only is Final Fantasy heavily inspired by D&D, but D&D is the reason for about 90% of old school turn-based RPG video game decisions. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's awesome. The 4-person party, the composition, the European setting. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Is this oh, that looks comfy. Can I get up there, please? No. Wait, I want to be in the fluff ball, the fluff pile. How do I get there? Fuck. Never mind. Do Moogles speak? They do, but I think they're mostly third person. Is that right? I hope I've done the thing that he wanted me to do. It was there, right? Yeah, I've been to Moghome. Poghome! Dime! Hello, motherfucker! How you doing? Even the magic system sometimes. Final Fantasy 1 uses spell slots. Oh, interesting. FF1 doesn't use MP. It uses D&D style spell slots, which surprised me. Oh, thank you for the teleport. Load! All right, let's see here. Gotta go to the altar. I guess I can't access it from here. Never seen Gridania so empty before. Yeah, it's because we're on such a sparsely populated server. Oh, it's in the Conjurer's Guild. Oh, okay. Dime, what's with the triple dots, the ellipses? One of the very first RPG video games was literally called D&D. They were just like, fuck it, we won't even try and hide that. Okay. Conjurer's Guild is down that way. Petition for Tau to one day play FF6. Gotta experience Peak. I would play that if you guys wanted me to. Just feel free to suggest it when we have another opportunity for a game. I sent word to the Elder Seedseer upon arriving in Gridania, and I am pleased to report that she has agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us to contact the Twelveswood Moogles, it is she. We are expected at the Lotus Stand. I trust you are familiar with the conjurer stationed at its entrance. The Elder Soothsayer awaits you. Pray, follow me. Oh. I'm used to this area being VA'd. Okay. I should play more of the earlier FFs. Gotta finish Pragmata first. Oh, you should finish Pragmata. God, I love that game. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. The story didn't hit how I was hoping it would, but the gameplay was awesome. I loved it. I bid you welcome, friends. The Admiral spoke of having met with you, but 'tis no less of a relief to see you safe and hale with mine own eyes. We humbly thank you for agreeing to receive us upon such short notice, my lady, and for all that you have done for us in our absence. Would that it was solely to express our gratitude that we came to you this day. Alas, the tides of battle yet dictate our comings and goings. Elder Soothsayer, we would beg your wisdom in a matter that may finally bring an end to the Dragon Soul War. Speak on, friend. Blah 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 blah. I see. So you seek a means to contact these Moogles of the Churning Mists. Hi there, Magnificent Ogrim. Welcome on in. Abbies! How are you? Good to see ya. Final Fantasy peaked with FF5. Have you played all of the Final Fantasies, Draza?
Greetings, duplicate! To what do you owe the pleasure of your company?
Oh wait, sorry. That was not the right line. My bad.
I was struck by the sudden urge to bring you some fruit, honey, and I'm very glad I did. Tell me more about these miracles in the sky. Goodbye.
I will gladly tell you all we know, though it amounts to precious little. We encountered the Moogle high in the clouds of Travania, and had hoped that you and your kin in the Twelveswood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Pray correct me if I am mistaken, Kuplo, but there are legends, are there not, which speak of Moogles who dwelled beyond the clouds.
Indeed there are, Goodbye. Long ago, back when the world was still young, they say my ancestors served the gods up in the heavens. Of course, that was before the masters took the bickering like spoiled children.
Ah, yes. The tale of good King Moggle XII. He is revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length, that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape to the world below. Ignoring the more fanciful aspects of the tale, it may well be that Kuplo's ancestors hailed from the Churning Mists. Given how long his kin have resided in the Twelveswood, it is perfectly possible that the details of the history have faded into myth. Indeed, Master Alphanol. Such stories often contain a measure of truth. 'Tis like that the Moogles of the Churning Mists tell similar tales of the world below. I can well imagine why the one you encountered fled as you approached.
Fleeing second nature to us. We often hide when the larger races come trampling through the forest. Of course, where there's one Moogle, there's bound to be more.
Lizard! Fuck! Thank you, Storm.
Which is why I've decided to take a trip to the clouds. Goodbye! They surely won't be afraid to talk to me.
I was hoping you might say that, Master Kuplo. You will accompany us then.
Just you try and stop me. Goodbye! I'll admit, the thought of adventuring outside the Twelveswood is a bit unsettling, but I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins.
Thought you were going to attempt...
Blizzard!
have me, I too will accompany you on this venture and lend my voice to your cause as an ambassador of Gridania.
Thought or hoped? Valid.
My lady, are you quite certain? How oft has our nation turned to the scions of the seventh dawn in its hour of need? How oft have we asked the warrior of light to risk a life to save our own? Full many times, I say to you, and never have they refused us. But do I choose this day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm? Is this not just?
Yeah.
A most unexpected and most welcome offer, Elder Seedseer. We would be honored by your presence.
Hey, lovely, Lyra. Hi, lovely Lyra. Welcome on in. How are you? I finished FF10 and 10-2 and got the end of 9 before my memory card was robbed. Robbed? This was nearly 20 years ago now. Oh man, that sucks.
Pray return to the summit and inform our companions of these developments. I will serve as the Elder Seedseer's guide on the journey back to Som Al. It being a path I have already trodden, I do not anticipate any great difficulties. Besides, we shall have the Elder Seedseer's personal guard to escort us.
Joan, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for the care package, hon. It's good to see you. I'm good. Still alive. That's good. I'm so happy that you're still alive, hon. What's been going on? I haven't gone back because I was borrowing the game, which was part of what was robbed. So yeah. Oh no, Solar, that sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. That really blows. Oh, hey, thanks. Tamog home with us. Doing well, if tired. Yourself? Doing well, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. I'm sorry you're tired. Are you gonna get some rest pretty soon? Ooh, thank you for the sparklies. I don't know where I'm going. Hold on. Is it this way? It's not this way. Game crash, BRB. All good, sweetest Solar. Mostly just busy with various things. Oh, fair enough. I hope that you're enjoying those various things as much as possible. This way. Whee! Working on the rest part? Yes. Okay, good, Sean. I'm happy to hear that. That is good. And necessary.
Well met, Warrior of Light. Needhog has not stirred, but he watches us, unblinking. The Elder Seedseer herself answers your call. Huh. Then there is naught to do but wait.
Been trying to do some digital spring cleaning on Discord servers, mostly because I am in 30, and that's after trimming it down, and I'm like, that's too much. Yeah, I'm very bad about staying updated with Discord servers, to be honest.
They are here, Tau. Greetings, my friends. I am happy to report that our journey was mercifully uneventful, devoid as the road was of Divanians. 'Twould seem the dragons have abandoned Som Al for the churning mists. Elder Seedseer, may I present to you Sir Estinian, Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Sir Estinian. I have heard many tales of your order's extraordinary skill and courage.
Actually gonna go take care of Dustin for the night. She's had a headache for a bit. Oh, poor Dustin. Oh my god, she cannot catch a break. So, I'll call it a night for gaming and catch up with you over the week. All good, sweetest Solar. Thank you for the help. I really appreciate it. And thank you for hanging out with us. I hope you sleep wonderfully well as well and have the sweetest dreams. Please pass on my well wishes to our dearest Dustin as well. Internet's being really laggy. See if I can fix it. All good, sweetest Space Cat. I just stuffed the extras in a folder and occasionally raid their meme channels. That's one way to do it. Always happy to help and will do. Thank you, sweetest Solar.
Friends, I feel it only right to inform you that we are not alone. the Muggles are all around us, even as we speak. And I should imagine they are more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. Mayhap now would be an opportune moment to introduce ourselves.
Yeah, now it's the tough ones of like, okay, but some of these I do like being in, kinda, so I gotta make some tough choices soon. Not the pouch, though, that one's staying. Yay, good choice, lovely Lyra! I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was thinking it. I think you read my eyeballs in my mind. I meant to say my mind's eyeballs, and I switched them up. Anyway, this is the same thing.
This should serve.
They're hiding, of course. But there are so many of them. Good.
I am Kan-e Sana. My companions and I have braved the long road from the Twelveswood to share word with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we bring an offering of light and wind.
Cute!
Such a gentle and pleasing glow.
Doot! Doot! Exactly. Whoa!
I am Muglin, the chieftain of this Moogle clan.
Chieftain Mocklin, it is an honor to meet you.
Greetings, I am Cap, ambassador of the Twelveswood Moogles. A Moogle from the world below. Your hide is of a different hue, but that palm is unmistakable. I might need a moment here, Cooper.
My companions were no less surprised to learn of your existence here amongst the clouds. I hope they did not startle you overmuch in their eagerness to make your acquaintance. Full well can I imagine your wariness. I am told that men have not walked here in nigh on 1,000 winters. Mayhap you will forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave matter which first brought them into your midst. My companions crave an audience with the great worm Pressvelga, that they might negotiate an end to the war twixt man and dragon.
An end to the war, you say? I trust you, Kani Sana. The light of peace shines brightly within your soul. But I am afraid the same cannot be said of your friends. To be plain, we did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind to be seen here in 1,000 years. Well, not only because of that. We hid because we smelled dragon blood. These skies are home to many, many dragons. While some crave peace, such as Hrasvilga, some others crave the opposite, such as Nidhogg. Suffice it to say, we are worried that the presence of your blood-spattered warrior friends will attract the attention of the, nastier kind, and invite destruction into our happy home. Now, just a moment, Chieftain. Sorry you may have thrown out the aggression or two, but it's always been for a really good reason. She is the champion of the Twelveswood Moogles, and I'll not hear her good name slandered. Now, Ambassador, let's not ruffle each other's fur. I shall, of course, take your testimony into consideration.
If I may, Chieftain, there is little room for trust twixt strangers. Might we not take this opportunity to learn more of each other?
Goodbye!
Now that's a big Moogle. It sure is. Oh, I'm glad it's not lagging for you, Space Cat. Oh, right, discount Good King Moogalmog. Yeah. This one seems nicer than the one we fought anyway.
An excellent suggestion. In the interests of fostering friendship and keeping an eye on you, I extend to you the hospitality of Mogham. Prove yourselves worthy of our assistance, and it will be yours. I shall be watching. Goodbye.
We have a lot of people here, dude. Can some people be killed off? I don't know if I can come up with enough voices for every single person in this room. Even though it would probably be very disrespectful to do so, I would want to pet that Moogle's chest fluff. Like, you know, it's crazy soft. It does look really soft. Look at all the Moogaloos. There's a Mogaloo and a Mogan and a Muddled Moogle and a... Oh my god, it looks so comfy! How do I get up there? I can't get up there. Only Gray gets to go up there. Oh, okay.
Tell me, in the world below, do all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was it Kuplukop called you again? Tal! Your names are as old as your parents. Have you ever considered a nice Moogle name? Moglin is taken, by the way. Goodbye! As are Morgan, Mogmug, and Moglin. These being the names of the 3 wise Moogles who will administer the momentous challenges that I have devised to measure your worth. I call them the Trials of Trustworthiness. Undertake these trials and we shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid.
Just lays back down. Mogtow! Yeah, see? Why doesn't Mr. Moggles understand that my name is in fact Mogtow?
Hello, yes, I am Morgan, the foremost alchemist in Morghem, if you must know. If your tongue is gloopy or your wings are droopy, I've got a potion to fix that. Or, I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial, yes. Go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance to Altom. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers.
I will never remember how to, like, what voice I used for him, but it was funny. I like him. Oh, Mogmug. Mogmug.
Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking with Mogmug. I know. I'm the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon. Goodbye. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, madame, is this. Find these ardent archosaurs and slap some manners into them. Goodbye. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. Mag wins the name and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Markham who can match my talent with a brush. Goodbye! I know why you have come. Chieftain Marklin has demanded that I test your trustworthiness. But as I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me, I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. It was an ambitious and innovative artwork, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses! Surely a pebble painted with such vibrant colour and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Morgan.
There were like 3 words in that entire chat with the previous Moogle that made me realize Moogles are Brits with a cold and a stuffy nose. In my take on them, that is correct. When might the next break? Probably about 10 minutes, sweetheart.
Marquin is missing his masterpiece. Keep that. Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've not seen it recently. A fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful.
I'm sure I'm doing like different accents for different parts of Britain right now, but I don't know where they are. I'm just varying my cadence and stuff. I'm not sure.
Master O'Murgwin has misplaced his masterpiece. Goodbye. Happy day. If I am the swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Koopo nuts just lying around to spend on such luxuries?
I will not remember who any of these characters are. Is this because you had to change the Alfie voice? Yeah. This is your punishment. This is your punishment!
I don't know much about this stone, but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to some elf summit for some time, from time to time. Goodbye! Maybe he left it up there.
Yes, your punishment for making me change Alfie's voice is that all of the Poogles, Poogles, oh my god, Moogles, they're Moogles.
Well, what did you find out? Goodbye. Yes. Now that you mention it, I do seem to recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. The second part of your trial commences. Go, adventurer, and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone for himself.
Poogles is canon now. I'm gonna get really confused. I have no idea why we've spent over, 150 hours in this game now, and I'm just now being like, Poogle? Moogle? I don't know the difference, and now I'm just confused. Hi there, Magnificent Muslim. How are you? It's good to see you. Okay, I guess we gotta leave now. I guess we gotta go find, these poogly-woogly-poogly-woogly's things. Oh my god, the sound of the cat's feet. I'm fine, existing at work. Oh, honey, I hope that you have some time off. I feel like you're always at work. Oh, wow, there are many moogly-wooglies here, aren't there? I have tomorrow off, thankfully. Oh, good, 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 good. I'm very happy to hear that, sweetheart. I hope you're doing something to relax. I should probably grab this summoning stone, huh? Is it a chocobo summoning stone? On closer inspection, the stone appears to be a large horn. Perhaps if you were to blow into one of the holes, it would summon a chocobo. It may be prudent to leave a rental fee just in case. Got it. Emptier of purses. Is this actually a... Oh, yeah. You know what I should probably do? Is there like an option to repair goods? I feel like I probably haven't done that for the entire time that we've been playing a game. Mender of sticks. Oh, that's probably what you do. That's probably what you do. Gonna make some burritos. My last batch wasn't great. Also, thinking about new jobs potentially. I think those are both really good ideas, Lovely Muslim. But make sure that you put aside a few hours to literally just relax and vibe, okay? I don't want you to burn out. All right, let me see. I gotta go to, wait, it looks like, oh, hey, thanks. We have like, I guess we gotta up. Mogwin's trail is literally just like up there. I'll put it in the party. I'm gonna play some GTA 4. I think I'm close to the end. Nice, very cool. Thank you for chauffeuring me everywhere. Oh, yep, that looks like a spot, all right. You just cut so much time off of my travel time because you just got to just jump up here. Sick. Oh, painted stone. Here it is. I've also been playing my little emulation machine a bit recently called ENVtuber. Oh yeah, you told us about that last time. Very cool. I almost feel like I'm always working, yet I am unemployed. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. What are you feeling you're working on? Go away. There. And then I think... Do we want to go and take care of this stuff first, actually, before we come back, maybe? Hold on. Let me get a Dakawa. Whee! Thank you.
I also have my GameCube that I need to mod, but I have a buddy that also wants to watch me build it, so scheduling that is a pain because our time zones are hella off. Oh no, that sucks. Ah, thank you for the pal attack, lovely Lyra. Woo, dragons. They're not dragons, they're just, archaeosaurs. They weren't even gonna attack me unless I attacked them first. I'm so mean. Thank you for feeding me, lovely Lyra. I know, thank you for cheering me on. Woohoo! Oh, there's more. Dragons. They're dinosaurs.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Magnificent Michael. Welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, but we'll figure something out. I'm also waiting for a final part to show up. I could technically do the modding now, but that last piece is what I need to put the SD card into the GameCube. Gotcha. That is fair. That is fair. Okay, so we've done the thing there. You're welcome. You need corn energy to help with the fight. I mean, close enough. Yeah, no, you helped me. Thank you. That was perfect. Thank you. And then what was the other thing? Morgan's Trail. Morgan's Trail. Sorry, trial. Obtains sprigs of cloud's breath. Is there a... Thank you for feeding me, sweetest Storm. And Storm Talon, welcome on in. How are you? Good evening to you, Dolly. How are things going, sweetheart? It says we're like right in the center. Do you happen to know where all of the... Oh, wait, sorry. Literally cloud's breath. There's some right here. Sorry. I need 2 more bunches of it. Maintaining home, health, food, and other general things, but mental hurdles are one thing, physical another. That is very fair, hun. That is totally understandable. Here, I'll hop on in, and we can see if we see any sparklies on the ground for some more cloud's breath. Just got back from driving to buy a new TV for the living room. Oh, very nice, hun. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. Looks like we gotta stay in this general area. I wonder if... Are we, actually, is this... Oh, cool, I found one. Hiding. But yeah, with the work, did I talk to you about how I want to do more blue collar stuff just so I can more easily get a higher paying job? Yes, you did mention that, hun. I just want to make sure that you are careful. Do not throw out your back and stuff. But that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Hey, awesome Ozzy, you're almost home. Uppies. Yee, what Ozzy? Oh, no, sorry, I left the whole area. I'm way past it. It's back this way. I love the music on this little guy. It's so chill. Like, I would debate putting this as like the background music for our hand cam streams. I'm never out there. It's for a housemate and whoever is over. Just 43-inch 4K TV, same size as the old one, just able to handle more services. Oh, fair enough, hun, fair enough. But are you buying that out of your pocket for your housemate? That's really sweet of you. Crap. Where? Sorry, you guys. I'm literally just like dragging you around. I'm just trying to find, like, I wonder if no, I can't jump that, okay. It looks like there might be more stuff up there, maybe? How do we get up there? It looks like you go around. Oh, actually, could I grab a ride, up to the Tibby Toppy there? Oh, hold on, I gotta go. I just need a ride up to there, which is, yeah. Thank you! Perfect! You found it! Thank you! Time for a break? Oh, Siri is correct. Alright. We can go. It was only $3.50, and heck, when I lived at her place back in Minnesota, never charged me much in the way of rent. Oh, that's very sweet. Okay, that's fair. That's a very nice gift, all the same. Morning, cutie cata. Did you sleep well, darling? Welcome on in. Alright, we will just get over here to the etherite, and then we will turn these questicles in. Okay. All right, you guys, let's go on a quick break. Of course, be careful. I learned about a union I could join and get an apprenticeship that way so I can get paid while learning. But it is an hour away, so I'm either thinking of sucking it up with the driving or asking a current coworker if we could go 50-50 on a place to rent, even though I'm pretty sure they'd say no because hassle and stuff. That is fair, Massam. Well, I hope that you, I mean, it's always worth an ask, right? Sleep was strange. I will be fine. Oh, no, cutie cat, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sleep was not good. You guys, we are going on a quick 3-minute break. For those of you who are lurking or who have not been here before or just need the quick refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots, miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! I wanted to like you so badly, Akechi. I liked the sexual tension we had.
That's the death certificate of the principal offender, correct? Is there a problem with it?
No, nothing in particular. More importantly, you've done well with regard to the prosecutors.
The cause of death for the SIU director has been settled as a stroke.
I mean, the sexual tension doesn't have to end per se. I would suppose, unless, precious Patricia, you have a sword, a sword. See? Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know, those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit, Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god, save. Oh, whoa. Damn, well done, save, well done. That was expertly navigated and you caught a serious trip on that. Oh, mate, let's do the save dance.
Wait, I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car.
Anabon? Okay. Banana bomb and worms. They're not the romantic kind. They just go, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful spears. Let's just, oh, there she is. Okay. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Oh my God. I'll save them. Wait, hug time. No, please don't go, no. Oh, it was just about dream. Hug time. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man. Woof. Savage. Hello, my darlings. Welcome on back. Great work on the boss already, and I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we'll return to stream. Welcome on into the new pal, Kami Kawaii. Welcome on in. Welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, we can use our imagination. That's how guns sound, right? It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Engage is so sweet, thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh, uh-oh. Why are literally all of these clips just me laughing? I guess I just laugh at myself a lot. It's so nice. All right, cuties. Yes, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. Okay. Well done on your So we will head back over here. Could it be no? I mustn't say anything. Hello, welcome on back, my darlings. That's so good to see you again. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Yeah, you're very jovial. I am pretty jovial. I suppose you could say that. Hi, dearest Teresa. Welcome on back. Because you have a cute laugh, duh. Cutie Kata, thank you. You're so sweet. You're cute. Sweetest Solar, welcome back. It is indicative of the fun had here. That is true. That is true. Tao realizing she laughs. I know. Hi there, sweetest skeleton. Terrific Talon, welcome back. Uppies. Good Talon, welcome back, lovely la. Lovely la. Uppies. Yes, good lab. Also, hello, TauTassieTiger. Hi, sweetest skeleton. How are you? All right, let's go turn these in. Sweetest Sir Jassy, welcome on back. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for hanging out with me, Light and sweetest Sir Jazzy. And sweetest Sola. All right, let's go turn all this shit in. Let's see what other bizarro, strange British offshoots I can come up with for accents. Cutie Kata! Uppies! Yes, good Kata. I'm running out of keyboard spam that still vaguely reads as your name. That's okay, you can just say my name, that's also acceptable. I'll allow it. Gorgeous Geeks, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. All right.
Do you have it? Kaput! Is my masterpiece safe?
I like that it's just a literal rock. And with that, back to work for me. I'll be lurking. Wish me luck. This is a very boring work day. Oh, Talon, I'm so sorry, hon. No worries. We will be sending you positive energy, positive vibes. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate the support.
Yes, this is my work. Is it not exquisite? I call it Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, madam. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable Kupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of this valorous deed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your cat is so cute. It's so funny to watch it walk around. All right, Mogmug. Mogmug.
You were able to handle my Dravarian devotees. Wonderful. You are as capable as I am captivating. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. The Dravarians and their ilk have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration.
They're literally me anytime I see a cool rock. I mean, to be fair, that is totally valid. A level up. Rule number 2, always bully Moogles. Have we discerned what rule number 1 was? I'm not sure if I recall rule number 1. I forgot what voices I gave all of the Moggles. Oopsies.
Did you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know.
Never forget rule number 1. Cardio, duh. Cardio, duh, cutie cloak. Rule number 1 is currently redacted due to spoilers. Oh wait, that was Zombieland. Rule number 1, follow rule 2. Okay, why is rule 2 not rule 1? Do not talk about F14 Club. What is a Pratchett, which is a Pratchett rule? Oh, wait, cardio is? Oh, never forget rule number 1. Gotcha.
Oh, yes, these are perfect. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, miss? Did you ever feel your palm losing its bounce? Then I'm your Moogle. Kapoo!
Ah, they're funny. They're funny little guys. You have completed the trials of trustworthiness. Return to Chieftain Moglin and await his judgment.
Tau, if that is what you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness, administered by the taskmasters Moggin, Mogmug, and Moglin. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct, as well as that of your companions. And I am decided. Gather your friends before me now, so that I need not repeat myself needlessly.
Rule number 3 is to follow both rules 1 and 2, but we don't know what rule 1 is. We do know what rule 2 is, so you've got to follow both, but 1 you don't know, so good luck. Rule number 1, never act incautiously when confronted by smiling, bald, wrinkly old men. Ooh, scary. Could be death. Hi there, Precious Patricia. Welcome on in. How are you? FF14's been fun. Getting some extreme help from some precious pals. Hi there, Swedish. Welcome on in. How are you? Ooh, pretty dog. Pretty dog. Alfie, my boy. Are these trials over then? My tasks have been little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant their aid after working us like a pack of chocobos, I shall demand compensation coupon-nuts out of principle. But I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? Remember how yesterday I mentioned that today is a special day? I do. I hope it's an awesome day for you, hun. And Jet, welcome on in. How are you? Standing here in Moglin, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Moggamog XII and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought it no more than a myth, a story for younglings that grew with the telling. But with every passing moment, I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say. Let's hear Tau's verdict, shall we? Let's go check out Precious politely, shall we? Hey, got you, girl. I got you. You guys, if you like my content, but are just like, man, she's a little too high energy, probably want to go and check out Precious politely. Politely is not low energy per se, but she won't keep you up all night being like in your ear. You know what I mean? That's a privilege of Precious politely. She is so soothing. She is the she is the velvety voiced vixen vampire. Yes. Please do check her out. She's a dear friend, and she is beautiful and sweet in every single conceivable way. How are you doing, Precious politely? Also, Precious Patricia, thank you for the 20 streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. Follow H command isn't quite caught up for some reason, but today is the 2-year anniversary of me following you. Aw, that's awesome. Thank you so much for 2 years, lovely Patricia. That is a special day. How good. How good.
We've become such friends. Kaboom! My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I'd better flutter over and see him then.
I'm okay, a little tired, a little unmotivated, but we press on. Sweetheart, you probably just need a little bit of a break. You might be burnt out. Do you reckon? What sorcery is this? That my heart could stir at a mere fluffiness. Tell, I was... no matter, what is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision? Oh, well, let's not keep him waiting then. Ah! Thank you for the sticky heart, Sadie Space Cat. Oh, thank you! Is Estinian here? He is. But where? Where is the grumpy boy? Oh, he's way over here. How go your trials, warrior of light? I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to chastise the local dragon population. Did not the chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seem entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Moogle warrior of Eld who also favored such attacks. 'Twas meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a Karakul lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Tau. I like not this place. Oh my god. The Moogles talking about Kupo nuts makes me smile because it reminds me of the time they made sacks of nuts currency. When did they do that? What game was that in? Aiken! Hi there, amazing Aiken. Welcome on in, hon. How are you doing? It's so good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. In the 2 years since I first came in here, my life has genuinely improved, and the days spent chatting here have almost always been brighter than the days that I could not. You are an amazing streamer and a shining beacon. Oh my god, you're so fucking sweet, Jesus. And a shining beacon for what a community leader should be. And so, on this anniversary, thank you, Tau, for being so awesome, having such an awesome community, and for helping to make me a happier person. Patricia, that's so sweet of you. Thank you for such incredibly kind words. It's a pleasure. It is a privilege and a pleasure, and it is humbling that you have enjoyed my content and what I'm able to put out there so much. Thank you so much for such kind words, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Here's to many more, darling. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest Skellington. And Cutie Cloak, imagine being too edgy for Moogles. At least I'll never burn out on Tau. I certainly hope not. That would make me very sad. FF14, there's a currency you'll unlock eventually that's literal nutsacks. That's incredible. Sweetest Solar, thank you for the lurk, for the support, and thank you so much for the help today as well. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm gonna be so thrown if this is VA'd. I don't know his voice. It's not. Okay, cool.
Never have I seen such determined workers. It would have taken us moons to complete all those dreary chores and niggling errands.
And have our labors proven the purity of our intention, chieftain?
Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much of a doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with a fellow Moogle. But, you see, before any meeting with Hrasvilga could take place, certain preparations need to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do? Kupal!
Freeze.
Oh dear! The horn! Bring out the horn! Quickly now! We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the great worm. Kupal! We haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think Morgan may have sat on it. So, we needed some time for cleaning and polishing and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot.
We are in your debt, chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case to Hrasvilga.
Very possibly, yes, but I wouldn't get my hopes up too high. But the old worm isn't terribly fond of,
Your concern is appreciated, but I am quite certain that Hrasvilga will welcome our overtures.
He doesn't look so sure about that. Should we ever arrive at his lair? Come. We have squandered enough time already.
She wants to kill him. You deserve it so much, Tau. You're a wonderful presence in my life, and I intend to be here until you stop streaming, which, knowing you, won't be until like 80 years or so into the future. I hope so. That'd be sick. I would love to be the oldest streamer on the platform. Tau, I hope you know that though I may complain or bring up things in chat from time to time, you make every day so much better, and have probably helped me be more mentally healthy. I love you, and the pals and will be here as long as you will have me. Oh, Space, thank you. Thank you so much, sweetest Peace Cat. That's so lovely, darling. Oh, thank you, cutie pie. You're always welcome. It's been a while since I've dropped this, but the moment demands the obligatory. I know this one. If Tau has a million fans, I'm one of them. If Tau has 10 fans, I'm one of them. If Tau has only one fan, that fan is me. If Tau has no fans, that means I'm no longer in this world. If the whole world is against the Tau, I am against the world. I gotta go soon. Brain is flatlining after typing up a reference sheet for my in-person D&D character. Valid, Cutie Cloak. No worries. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, son. I really hate the Dragoon. He was supposed to be gone. He is a bit of a dick at the moment, but a lot of people really like him, so I'm looking forward to getting to know him a bit better. 80 years in the future? We should just be starting Shadowbringers by then. That is true. Glazing TauTassieTiger is the reason the heart still beats. Estinian! He's the Azure Dragoon. Yeah, like geeks love Estinian, for example. So I will give Estinian some extra leeway, but he's a bit of a dick right now. A bit of a dick right now. Chieftain Mocklin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality. Though we must soon take our leave, I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky.
Of course, goodbye! Visit us whenever you wish. Consider Mogholm your home amongst the clouds.
I spoil nothing. Just know he is my favorite, and I do not pick favorites on a whim. I know you don't actually. You don't feel like a person who's like, I really like the design of that character, so that's my favorite. Or like, oh, they did this one good deed, so that's my favorite. Or my friend really likes this character, so that's my favorite. So I am excited to get to know him better. Yeah, please don't spoil yourself. Estinian, the Azure Dragon, is a bitch-ass motherfucker. Ironically, I don't remember how I met Tau. I remember getting the welcome to the pouch, pals. Yay! Aw, I'm not sure how you got in here either, sweetest Space Cat, but I'm grateful you are here. If you play the Dragoon questline, you'll understand why I don't like him. You'll get a different unique dialogue as a Dragoon when you talk with him throughout the whole game. Oh, really? Well, that's fascinating. Okay, huh. Have you ever played through, like this whole, the whole game, Geeks, as a Dragoon? So you can see the specific, dialogue options that Strider's talking about?
Thanks for the help, Cooper. I doubt I will ever have found time for all these rotten shows. Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftain had spent a little less time sitting about and a little more time chieftaning, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now that all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, so all's well that ends well, eh? Goodbye.
A whole year! Let's go, sweetest space. My Dragoon is unfortunately only at 55, so I believe I've likely not seen some of it. That said, there's likely nothing that would reduce Estinian from my top spot. Okay, I'm super excited to get to know him better then, because he's a bit of a butthead at the moment, but I am excited to see where your affinity for him comes from. I didn't realize the dialogue changed. I only recently leveled Dragoon to level 70. Ah, talk to Sail here when you can. Okay, Zed, welcome on in. Zed, how are you? I've uploaded the first 2 parts of my AC fanfic. Let me say I'm very happy with it. This is the most locked in I've been and the most fun I've had with a writing project in a long time. I can't wait to hear you VA it. Aw, thank you, Precious Patricia. I'm excited to read it. It's an extremely boring job to level up. Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, top spot is in for the entire game. Wow! Amongst all of the side quests and expansions and everything. Oh, Tau, have you met Spoiler McSpoilerface? He's the guy you meet at Spoiler Street after the Great Spoiler event. You know, the one that leads to spoils the whole ending cutscene. Yes, the whole game. You will meet him at level 30 as a Dragoon, and then he's, well, not supposed to return at level 50's quest. Okay, interesting. That might be a spoiler. Yo, hi, Zed. So much has happened in a year. Feels like so much longer, right, Pseudo Space Cat? I concur.
Well, I expect you're eager to be on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you? If not, Alfie is looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart.
Thank you for the lurk, Kitty Kurama. I appreciate it. Of all characters in all expansions, Estinian is my personal favorite serious character, and Hildy's my favorite joke character. Okay, cool. I am looking forward to getting to know him better.
To the best of my knowledge,
We have all that we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the Elder Seedseer and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways. Shall we?
Not a spoiler, but it was confusing to see him for Heavensward. Let's put it at that if you Dragoon up. I haven't had the chance to yet, but thank you for recommending the Kakuno pilot. Oh, my pleasure. I'm so glad that you're liking it. I love fountain pen so much, dude. Oh my gosh.
Fanart, Tau, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirit, the existence of these Moogles might never have been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Seedseer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplukop, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did.
It was my pleasure, Kipper. I've met so many new friends, and have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmoogles back home.
And it is to our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. Safe journey, Elder Seedseer. We too must be on our way. Krasvelga awaits.
Where's, Estinian? Did he leave?
Warrior of light, pray attend closely to your companion, Sir Estinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish seethes, unseen.
It's an interesting little tidbit. Fountain pens are awesome. Strider, what's the face for? Dip pens or fountain pens? I love both, but fountain pens are like the most useful, I suppose. I really like Alice. She and Ishtola are my two favorites. Later on in the game, you can start to sass Ishtola, and her responses are always the funniest. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. My granddad was a bit of a wealthy fella, and the last time I was in his office, I found some fountain pens that looked proper, like expensive proper. I wonder if he's got like Mont Blancs or Viscontis or something. And now that I'm kind of getting into fountain pens, I'll need to look at them the next time I'm there. Yes, please take pictures. I want to see them. Tau speaks Moogle. I do.
Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears? Goodbye! Then we are indeed ready to go. As Chieftain Moglin already explained, the shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing Krasvilga's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though, we need to make for Asar. Oh, and watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing. Goodbye.
I will not only take pictures, I will also, if Grandma's okay with it, be seeing if I can take them home with me. Oh my god, I'll be jealous of you. I'll be so jealous of you if you get these super nice pens. You'll meet one of my favorite NPCs in the post-expansion patches of Heavensward, so I'm looking forward to that. Ooh, I am excited. You'll have to tell me when you see them, just without spoiling anything, and just be like, ah, and that's my favorite character. Maybe controversial, but if I had to yeet any son out of the story, it'd be Thancred. Thancred never grew on me. Thancred is a pretty boy. Thancred's a pretty boy. Thank you for the care package, Love Aladdin.
This way, please. Can I get a ride? Thank you, Gray.
Appreciate it. It's the lovely Loughton. Welcome on in, hon. How are you? And welcome home, Ozzy. But Estinian, he's the Azure Dragoon, is still really good. I have another favorite, but you won't meet them for a long time. Okay, fair. I'm looking forward to meeting them, though. Running around the shops like a headless chicken, and I am exhausted. Oh, I hope you can relax now, hon. Yay, thank you for the ride! Dragon time! He's not the Azure Dragoon. I am. He lost that title. No, 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 no. Don't say that. That's very much a spoiler. I'm going to literally have to ban you if you keep doing that. Stop it.
Hey, if there's quite a few of them, as in too many for me to realistically use, you might get lucky and find an envelope with a suspiciously cylindrical object inside of it in the PO box. That would be sick. Pretty boy as in frat bro, or pretty boy as in rich finance bro? Frat bro, a little bit more, yeah. Yeah, I would say more frat bro. Stormblood has like 5 characters that are almost Justinian levels. So many people hate on Stormblood, and yet it has some of the best characters. You think he's a crypto bro? I reckon he's a I definitely don't think. I feel like he's more a not that. All right, let me see. We gotta go over here. Boop, boop. And hold on. It's in that car. Yes, that is exactly right. Okay, sorry. Strider, that is your last warning. That's, you're spoiling shit. Please stop. If you do it again, I will ban you. Sorry, I guess it's my bad for not having this up, but I know that you are aware of it, so, spoiler warning FF? Is that what we do? Is that the right one? Nope. FF, spoiler warning. Spoiler warning, XIV. Fuck, I don't know, but I'm getting attacked by dragons. Anyway. No spoilers, in case it wasn't clear. Oh, is it SWF? You might be right, hold on. That it? That is, thank you. Yeah, that's a massive spoiler, please don't do that. I fucking hate spoilers, especially in a game that is as long form as this. Let me see. I like my boys pretty and my girls handsome, from Patricia. I feel like I definitely have the unpopular opinion of not really liking Ishtala. Alfie is a favorite though. Ah. Good job, Ozzy. Good job paying attention. Spoiler warning, don't discuss things about beyond where Tau is in the storyline at all. It is safer that way. Yes, please. Spoilers only belong on the back of sports cars, not in media. Yes, so true. Okay, let me see. Road to Zenith. Or, as British people say, Zenith. I think Australians, do you also say Zenith, or do you say Zenith? Americans, I think, say Zenith. Beautiful Billy, something weird is happening. I'm level 30, and now I just met the Scions. I don't know how. All I've done so far is the MSQ. That's, I think that's about where we met him too, level 30-ish? Are you enjoying the game, Billy? I didn't like Alfie for the entirety of A Realm Reborn, but I'm liking him a bit more now. Remember, a mullet is a badly installed spoiler for one's head. It's why I sit here shaking, waiting for Tau to progress to the point where I can wax lyrical about all my favorite bits of Heavensward. I'm so excited to get to that point, geeks. I'm so excited. I really want to know your thoughts on it. Mullets can look pretty good in my honest opinion. Hey, everyone can do their own thing, but I personally, I really don't like them. I will never unsee that, thank you, Storm. If it's XE, I pronounce it as Z. No, it's Z-E-N-I-T-H. Zenith, or Zenith. Well, it's look better on women in my experience. You know what? Maybe that's true, but I still don't. Just realized, have you done the post-Moogle quests? If you mean like what we just went through, I suppose, but I'm not sure. Are they side quests? Because we actually haven't done like any side questing. Speak with Malkan. Where is Malkan? Is he? Oh, he's over there. Sorry. Thank you for taking me here. This is a good spot. This is a good spot for Aetherite. In that case, no. Yeah, I thought you would probably say Zenith. I'm pretty sure all of the like British stemming accents I've heard say Zenith. Are the blue quests here actually story related, or is it Beast Tribe grind only? That's a good question. If you completed Dawn Trail and all its patches, let me know and I will DM one to you. Oh, for unsettling mental image. I will let Suda Jazzy decide whether they want to see that or not. Post-Moogle quests are from A Realm Reborn. They're entirely optional, then I probably haven't done it. It's quite a few quests on the same scale as the A Realm Reborn Hildebrand quest. Some of the content is absolute gold. Oh, nobody suggested that to us. I mean, I'm happy to put that to a poll sometime if you'd like. I've just been, for the last like 2 or 3 streams, we've just been doing Heavensward stuff because I figured you guys kind of just want to move through the story. But if you want me to, if you come in near to the start of stream on our Final Fantasy days, dear Straza, I'm happy to put that to a poll and see how many people would like to join in.
Things were a bit bitey for a while there, but I think we've arrived at one piece. Goodbye.
Are you kidding me? We just got like a full-on DJ in a flying car. Mama! Hi, magnificent mama. Welcome on in. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, darling. I really do appreciate it. How are you doing? Howdy. How's it going? How you going? Is the next break in 30 minutes today? About 20-ish. Speaking of Hildebrand, I forgot to share the epiphany I had the last time you played a Hildebrand quest. Hildebrand is basically just FF14 abridged. Is it though? They don't bring in as much of actual like story stuff. I can see what you mean though. I can see what you mean. How's it going? Yeah, how's it going? Speaking of Bridge, watch NTA Bridge on Tro! Check out Precious Pocky Chalk's amazing work.
I wonder what the dragon's I wonder what has the dragon so awfully snappy. I mean, the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual.
The fun part about playing through all the other FF games right now, I'm finally seeing where F14 stole all of its plot from. No spoilers, but the Shadowbringers theme is literally the FF3 overworld theme. Wait, is it like actually like they literally just like copied and pasted the audio file?
We may have a small problem. When the winds are high like this, Crossvilger invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. I suggest we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down.
See if I can get in on time next Wednesday, but I'd love to see you play them. I'd say they're not quite as funny as Hildebrand, but it's close, and you unlock cool stuff. I'm super down for whatever you guys want to do. I trust you guys to kind of guide me through the, 10,000 hours of content that they have in this game. Oh, we gotta go that way now. Why don't we just go there in the first place? Fuck. Can I have another ride, please? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, you spoil me. I really appreciate it, thank you. Hi there, Cutie Coco, welcome on in. How are you? I missed the funny storyline / side quest, kinda. All fair, fair. Not literally copy-paste, it's reorchestrated and changed somewhat, but they're basically the same song. Oh, that's very funny, geeks. Interesting, okay. Is it really stealing if it's the same franchise? That's the real question. No, Soken redoes them from the ground up and adds emotional damage. I love some emotional damage. Got to give the tower a ride. I do appreciate actually here, Gray. You get a hug for being so nice. Thank you for your help. Thank you for making me not have to fight anything. I would devs do that if I could play FF or if Tau play WoW. Yeah, yeah. If and when we ever beat this game. Oh, wow, this is the first time. I was actually literally thinking this yesterday. This instance right now is the first time that my model has, given out on me for like weeks. I was very impressed, and now it's, the counter resets. But yeah, I would be happy to go back to WoW if you guys wanted me to. I checked how long it takes to complete FF14 from start to presence grinding, and it's pretty much 10,000 hours. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm doing good. Always scary how many buttons FF14 has. Yeah, and I don't even have, like, if you see some of the pals, oof. I wish they'd do more of it. I feel like over the years, they're maintaining an increasing number of dungeon and large-scale area-type content that high-quality side quests that send you around and have fun. NPC interactions have really declined in quality. Yeah, that's fair. Hi there, amazing Umbra! We gotta sing a song for Umbra real quick, and then we'll come back to the game. Hold on. Let me see real quick. Okay. Dancing and the dreaming. Renata, how are you, hon? It's so good to see you. I thought of something. You have no spoilers, so why not have, stay with me here, spoilers on top of your head. Multiple, like the kinds from Cars. An excessive amount of spoilers. As a joke. That's actually quite funny. I do like that. Honestly, I'd probably humor you on that one if I was live 2D, because I could just like sketch it up in like a break, like a 3-minute break, and then boom, look, Renata, I did it! But I unfortunately can't because I'm 3D. Let me see. Okay, let me sing this song for you. I'm so sorry. Did I not? I may have forgotten to acknowledge your catnip tea. I'm so sorry. I did see you post it. I don't remember if I said anything about it. And I return the catnip tea to you. But this one's fresh and hasn't been sitting around for 20 minutes while I forget whether I said anything or not. Okay. I'll swim and sail on savage sea with never a fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. Oda's contributing. Every single time I sing, I think he barks. No scorching sun, no freezing cold will stop me on my journey. If you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me, but I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never a fear of drowning. I'll gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me. There you go. I hope that was okie dokies. Let me catch up with what you guys have said real quick. There was a new combat setup option coming that sounds like it could cut down on the number of buttons a fair amount. Oh, well, that would be helpful. Are they like combining stuff? WoW did that a little while ago. Pretty much every map in every expansion has at least one side quest line that gives you some context around a random NPC or life in the area, but they're rarely very high quality. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. Some people I follow have been playing for years and are still in A Realm Reborn. Others started playing last month and are doing endgame content in Dawn Trail. Everyone has their own pace and there's no wrong way to play, except for Steve. Don't play like Steve. What's Steve done? Go to the background singer, it's true. Every singer needs a backup vocalist, even if that backup can only sing in Borks. True. Aw, thank you, Ozzy Patressa. Thank you, guys. I hope it was okay, Amazing Umbra. Also, I have 5 whole minutes of Valley Girl voice from Lovely Space Kai. Yami wants some of these. Yes, bitch. Let's go. You're quickly approaching my favorite dungeon. Oh, I'm so excited, Yami. Would you like to join us for it? Amazing, perfect, and want a proper cover every time. Need a cover to listen on repeat. Fantastic and tugs up the old heartstrings. Babes, you're so sweet. OMG, that's so nice of you to say. I'm so glad you liked that. Woo, bestie, let's go, bitch. Let's go, bestie. How you doing, love? How you doing, bitch? Killers! Hey there, cutie killers. Welcome on back in. It's been a minute. Just kidding. You just came in yesterday. I appreciate seeing you again, sweetheart. How are you doing? You're a great singer, and you're a sweetie pie. You're a flatterer. Amazing. Umbra wants some abbies. Yes, a good Umbra. Can't. No subscription. Wrong data center. No. Okay, well, I guess be that way. Amazing Aussie Abbies. There you go. Good Aussie. Low key forgot I did that.
Understandable. I do that too. Like, I'm so happy other people are requesting my bestie now. You totally grown on chat, bitch. I'm totes happy for you. Like, literally, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Okay, so you know that means that I have to now do the voice acting until the 5 minutes are up in this voice. So I bet you're excited. You want to know what a Valley Girl Kupo sounds like? Let's go. Tout needs to at least do a cover of Hotel California and Dancing in the Dreaming sometime in the future. I mean, I don't know. Do you think it should? I don't know. I just thought of a song to have play next art stream. Now, I need to only actually remember it when the time comes. Set an alarm, babe. Set an alarm. Evolved mode sounds like it's going to cut down multi-button combos to a single button, but also might change how jobs work in general. Ooh, I hope it's popular. I hope people don't get upset with it. You know what I mean? Okay. That should do nicely, Kupo. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. Thank you for the care package, Aussie. Killers! I'm doing great. Work was not as tiring. Let's go, bitch! That's so good. I'm so happy to hear that. Are you going to be relaxing at home now? It's just that it has one of my favorite lines ever in it and also has a ridiculously long title. I love a ridiculously long title. Hey there, See the Steady. Welcome on in. These sound like people I went to high school and college with. Let's go! I bet you missed those days. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Coerthas. Oh my god, it's so cute and wholesome to see Aiken greeting new precious pals as well. Thank you so much for being so friendly. I love this community. I love this chat. Let's go, bitches. I wonder what the Australian version of the Valley Girl voice is. I can't do it, unfortunately. Clear our minds? 'Tis Master Alpha now, whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Tau, and see that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. Voicing while voicing. Listen, it's tough. I'm not very good at it. You guys are so fucking cute. Oh my god, where has this kid found himself? What? How do you get that far, you little brat? You don't even have a mount. You don't even have a mount, kid. This has made my day. I'm so glad. I reckon it would sound like an Eastern Sydney accent a little. Maybe if I could do it. Australian Valley Girl. Newcastle and New South Wales might answer that for you. Land Shork. Yeah, I'm on a Land Shork. Oh, these are cute. They're kind of funny looking. I wish they had little wolf heads. Hey there, Valiant Bellas. How you doing, badge? It's so good to see you, babes. At least it's not Orca/Bogan. And we're done. I don't know. Nath has an Orca accent. I find his accent to be quite pleasant, actually. All right. King Shark from Suicide Squad, huge fan. I used to frequent Nui before moving to where I am now. Oh, there you go. There you go. Nate's voice is quite nice, yeah. But he does lean more towards like broad, rather than like cultivated. But I also wouldn't call it like bogan. I think I sound like I am just always tired. Oh wait, I am. Oh, you poor thing. You don't sound like you're always tired, sweetheart. You do not. Hey, Valiant Vamos! Thank you for the 45 stream street.
I so appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your dedication and support, Dolan, for 45 streams of the wonderfully terrific Tassie Tiger Tau. Tiger Tassie Tau. I'm just like, backwards, what would it be? I feel like Nath has like the gold standard Australian accent that all Aussie accents stem from. Nath is the primordial Australian accent ever confirmed. I do remember that when I first met him and I heard his voice, I was like, whoa, that's so, because I was like, you don't quite sound like, because again, I was like fresh off the boat from the US, right? So I was like, you don't quite sound like Steve Irwin, but like, you are also not Britishy. There are still Australians that I hear that I'm like, is that a British person? And Nath just glares at me. He goes, Tau. That is not British. How do you not know that? You're a citizen. It's been 7 years. Oh, Saggy, the Sagful man. Oh, Saggy, it's good to see you. I'm sorry you well, I'm not sorry you changed your name, but I hope that you are happy with your name change. Good to see you, hun. How are you? You sound very Australian, said Tau to the Australian. Uh-huh, exactly. And yet, there have been Australians where I have to lean over Nath. I'm like, is that person British? And he just goes, what do you think? How do I verify in your Discord? Aiken, you need to make sure that you very carefully read all of the rules. I know there are a lot of them, but you only have to do it once. Just to make sure that the community stays nice and safe and cozy and secure. We do have a lot of rules there to make sure that everyone knows what's up. And once you read through it thoroughly, you will find a keyword. And you have to put the keyword into the verification channel. No, they're just South Australian. Australia's diet Brit, right? No, I wouldn't say that. I particularly cultivated accents. I'm just like, I still can't hear the difference. And maybe it's because I spend so much time around Nath, and Nath is so quintessentially Aussie. I'm misbehaving, but I wanted to listen to Tau's voice a bit more. Oh, cutie cloak. I am so grateful that I could make you misbehave with my voice. That sounds really strange. What I mean is, I'm really glad that you've decided to stick around, but if you need to go to bed, please don't hesitate to do so. Sorry about that. That was a really weird way to plant that. Let me see. Also, I don't know. I thought that that WA was like more British influenced than South Australia, no? You're in bed. Kitty is cuddling. Oh, good Kit Kat. Keep Cloak warm. Slowly roasting under the ever-expanding sun, much like everyone else. Are you at least getting good rest? You'll be waiting for the new pal. Thank you so much, Sudaseto. I appreciate it. The key word is your credit card number, the expiration date, and the 3-number CCV code on the back. That is not true. Funny, but not true. I see I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphanol returns with the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looks like stew ingredients, ready for the fire.
Ah, thank you for the thank you, Lil. Fun fact, there used to be a unique dialogue of German, dialect of German that existed in South Australia in the 1800s and early 1900s. But it slowly fell out of use following World War I and II, where German culture groups and organizations were banned for security reasons and English gradually replaced them. Interesting. Definitely South Australia. South Australia was formed as a free colony, so it had no convicts, more good British blood and stuff. Oh, really? That's interesting. And an ooh-woo before I run off back to work. My pleasure, Amazing Umbra. Thank you so much for the song request coming on in, and also for the ooh-wooing. Oh!
Girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus,
Yay. Thank you for my song. Thank you for my song, Striker. Ozzy wants a Hotel California. Let's sing Hotel California, and then we'll go on a break, and then we'll come on back, and we will find out what Alfie sang. All right. Let me see here. Hotel California. Bye-bye. Sita Saritza, thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Enjoy work, okay? On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle, and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz, and she got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain, said, please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night, and just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. They're living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibi. Mirrors on the ceiling and pink champagne on ice. We are all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gather for the feast. They stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find a passage back to the place I was before. Relax, said the nightman, you're programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. There you go. You can really hear that my voice, my throat is all stuffy. I don't usually need my puffer, but whenever I do, it really causes like yuckies in my throat. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Very sweet. Just transitioned to bed, covered in cat hair. Donut had a rough day. Oh no! She got her head stuck in the handle of a paper bag I left on the kitchen table and freaked out. She's been needy ever since, so I had to have 4 a.m. playtime before bed. Oh my god. Cats are so panicky, it's true. Coda's gotten his head stuck in a bag before, like a bag handle before, but instead of freaking out, he just kept on doing this. And I was like, do you need some help, bud? And he comes over to me, still doing this. And then I take it off of him, and he goes, eh. Stupid, adorable animals. We aim to be as sweet as the sweetest sweet corn, and you are. If you want an interesting piece of Australian culture there, look up Australian beer glass sizes on Google. The names are all messed up, depending on where you are. Really? So what if you get a pint somewhere it's massive or super small? All right, guys, let's go on a quick break. Only 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom and dongs. This is also your meds in case you need to take any medication with vitamins. When we get back, we will see what Alfie has to say about sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. I love Donut, but she is a total idiot and a diva. She was scared of me and kept side-eyeing me as if I was responsible for her decision to put her head through the bag handle and not the one who saved her in under 10 seconds. Cats get so, like, frenetic, though. It's so funny. Give me a break! Give me a break! Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar! Yummy. A schooner in Victoria and New South Wales is 425 mils, but in South Australia it's 285. Whoa! I don't know how much it is in Tassie, actually. All right. I will see you guys in 3. Mwah! They're not the romantic kind. They just go, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right. Let's fade out our beautiful... I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Weird. It's just, oh, there she is. Okay. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god. I'll save them. Wait, no, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Erin Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see. It's almost invisible. Invisible. Ah! it's on the floor. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, so that would be like a dedicated, well, not a, it's too good. You must be lip syncing. Gage is so sweet, thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? If that's not, we have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, this doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, I aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Let's see.
Lizard.
I'm gonna get it. Lizard! Yes! Let's fucking go. Oh. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it.
I'm on the way.
I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Whee! I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my... I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from... You're not even on a bed anymore. Light, no. Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. Whoa! Damn, well done, Save, well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, me. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Memories bring back you.
distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay.
Welcome back. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that.
Dude, I had
I just scare with Coda the other day.
Fucking
I love, like, not by themselves, but I love, like, raisins and sultanas.
Jesus
Um,
Christ, dude.
As a part of food, as a part of, like, a snack.
60 no scope edit.
And we weren't sure if he ate one, because one fell when I was munching on some. And we weren't sure if he ate one. But we've been like keeping a really close eye on him. And I don't think he did. It must have been like, because this mix has like sultanas, but it also has goji berries and blueberries and dried strawberries. And I just didn't see what he ate. When I called the vet, they were like, oh, yeah, there's like no safe amount. Like one raisin or one sultana can kill like a Great Dane. And I'm like, oh my God. Like I knew it was bad, but I had no idea that it was that bad. So I've just been super paranoid. Welcome back, cutie pies. Welcome back. Some ubbies for Patricia. Yee, good Patricia. Exceptional engage. Ubbies. Yee, good engage. See the sound. Glares at the stupid differences between US Imperial and everywhere else's Imperial. Yeah. Yikes. I know. Very scary. Very scary. One sultana. Yeah, it's there's no safe amount of grapes or sultanas for canines. It's actually more deadly than chocolate because at least with chocolate, which is also still very deadly, obviously, theobromine, very bad for doggies. But at least with that, you could be like, oh, my dog ate, 3 grams or like two Hershey's Kisses. And then we know, based on the dog's weight, what a deadly amount of chocolate is. We don't actually know what a deadly amount of grapes or raisins are, or sultanas are, because, lovely lady, welcome on in. Thank you for the pellet attack. Because all dogs' bodies react differently. And so, a Chihuahua could have, City Steady, thank you for the pellet attack. A Chihuahua could have 5 raisins and be okay. For some reason, just one specific Chihuahua. Another Chihuahua could have 1 raisin and die. A Great Dane could have 1 raisin and die. A Great Dane could have 20 raisins and not die. Like, we don't know. But it causes kidney failure. So it's a pretty awful thing. But yeah, just be aware of that. Anyone who has canines, do not let them have raisins, sultanas, or grapes. Thank you for battle tax. When talking about food that's poisonous for dogs, chocolate is kind of overrepresented. Not a lot of people talk about how bad onions and garlic can be, and that's the first time I've heard about sultanas. Yeah. Also, if you are a xylitol user in your in cooking and stuff, or if you like to chew on sugar-free gum, xylitol is deadly for dogs as well. Thank you so much for the 75 stream streak, lovely lady. Well done, well done. I think you're overestimating the toxicity of grapes, but yes, grapes are very toxic. Well, not according, because I had this scare like 2 days ago, I did call our vet and they were like, yeah, listen, no, there is no safe amount of raisin or grape for dogs because there are certain, like, dependent on the individual dog, it doesn't even matter what weight they are. She was just like, dependent on the individual dog and how it processes the chemicals in that. There are some dogs that can have a few raisins and be okay, and then there are some dogs that could have like a fraction of a raisin and die, which is so scary. Okay, sorry, I saw that Bublin has requested a all right. Well, it's not even variable by breed is what they said, Traza. They said it's variable by dog, not even by breed. So they were like, Yeah, listen, we've had an Australian Shepherd in here that got supremely sick from it and nearly died, and then we had someone else who apparently gives their Australian Shepherd raisins as a treat. And I'm like, whoa, someone did not do research. All right. Everything stays. Let me do that one. All right. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is rising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes up. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go, sweetheart. I hope you enjoyed that. I learned this after my family dog would have a grape or two, or as a treat sometimes. Didn't hurt him at all, but I do know they're bad news for dogs. That's crazy. I guess that must be what our vet meant. Like, what kind of a dog did you have, Traza? Because I'm sure that whatever kind of dog you have, there would have been one that died from eating a single grape. Whereas your dog is clearly like, it's fine, pass it through. Thank you, guys. The only food my cat gets given on purpose that isn't designed for cats is a bit of tuna when I go to add it to my ramen. Ooh, that's very generous of you. Bear won't eat tuna. Coda will. But Bear doesn't like tuna. Bear just likes like his really cheap Whiskas food. Found a very nice site that lets you calculate the risk level of your dog becoming sick after eating chocolate based on the amount of chocolate and the dog's weight. Helped save me from a scare after I saw my lovely dog Monty eat a few M&Ms that I dropped. Yes, true. Your cat doesn't like fish either, Bublin? I'm telling you. All right, let's get back into the game. Few things compare to the simple pleasure of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making.
Huh, so speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with a kindling and a flint.
'Tis well you instructed me so patiently then, eh? But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal a sail with a pile of damp leaves.
Okay, at least he's self-aware now. That's good.
I was born the pampered son of a Chilean dignitary, and alongside my twin became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studium. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers. How ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the science. We, all of us, are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men lay down their lives, never knowing what it is that they fight for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. 'Twas only upon meeting Kresvelge that I learned the truth hidden within our history.
Were it not for that chance encounter, I would never have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things I cannot deny, but I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's convictions in the face of failure, of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphinaud. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear, with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here, amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for a certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. In my hands resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Estinian, you gave your word! My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Krossvilger of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not but that I shall, Dragoon. Well, wind's willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising sun. I like that little campfire chat. That was good. Ooh, more stuff I don't need because I've been spoiled by the precious mouse. Alright.
The campfire was so cozy, I may have fallen asleep. Goodbye. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne Krossvilger back to the skies above Zenith. I am sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now, if it's all the same to you. Good luck, goodbye. It was nice knowing you.
You're heading out, Precious Patricia. Have a good one, darling. Thanks for coming in. If it's even remotely dark chocolate, I cry. I love dark chocolate. I really don't like, Ooh, whoa. I thought you guys were NPCs because you have, like, you're perfectly in sync on the same mount. And you're in the middle. I was like, ooh, who has come to see me to my doom? All right, to Zenith it is. Woo! Yes, let's be friendos. All right, let me see. I don't think we're too far from here, are we? Gotta go this way? The ruins are pretty cool. You can have mine, as long as I get your white chocolate. Oh, please do. White chocolate is probably my least favorite type of chocolate. You are welcome to it, my dear. I'm not a big sweet tooth. I don't really like sweet stuff very much. Like, I love, like, pastries and baked goods and stuff like that, but if something is just, like, sweet and that's, like, the appeal of it, then I'm not really interested. Amazing. Very cinematic. It is, isn't it? Ooh, birdie. Have I been here before? This is, No, I don't think I have. Wait, no, I have. Okay, now we're at Zenith. Did I run you? I think I did. Have you tried Ruby Calibut? No, what is that? may I ask? Ozzy, thank you for the care package. Enjoy your lurk. All right. I gotta get running as well. I'm nodding off. Have a good rest of stream. Glad I got to run a dungeon with yas. So glad that you got to spend some time with us, sweetest Tassie. Thank you so much for doing so. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Did you know red velvet cake traditionally gets its red hue from beets? I didn't know that, but red velvet cake is one of my absolute favorite types of cakes, so. I think that, I'm trying to think of a time where yeah, no, honestly, I would probably pick red velvet cake with like some nice like frosting. Oh my God, nice cream cheese frosting. Oh, yummy! Over like a brownie or something, which I also love. I love a dark chalky brownie as well. Super, super good. Super, super good. Music's so pretty. I love the piano. Toot toot! Whoa. Red velvet cake or corn? I can't decide that. Don't make me pick. Don't make me pick. Whoa. Okay, I'll have to translate that for you guys. Ruby Calibut is a specific cultivar of chocolate that is naturally red. It has a naturally very berry-like character to it. That sounds delicious. I would probably enjoy that. That sounds pretty fucking bomb. I would still choose corn overall, Cutie Cloak. But for dessert... Oh, but I love tiramisu as well. I would choose tiramisu over red velvet cake, but probably everything else I'd choose red velvet cake over. Dude! This is my NA character, so you get to have 2 saggies on your friend list. Thank you for the saggy. All right, let's see. Right. Mortals, why do you disturb my solitude? Oh. Yo, I love his feathers. That's pretty sick. On.
Grace Velga.
Thou speakest the name of a creature that but awaiteth the release of oblivion. Leave me.
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Racevelga, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva.
Do not speak her name, mortal.
But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me.
Foolish girl, thinkest thou my beloved spirit hath descended from the heavens? That the secrets of her heart are thine to know.
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn.
Oh. Sweetest Seru, have a good one.
Gullible fool. The light but illuminated the past for thee. It did not grant thee omniscience. The spirit thou hast summoned belongeth not to Shiva. 'Tis but a shade conjured by thine own fancy. In an age long past, mine own kin were guilty of like follies. Beguiled by the Dark One's lies, they attempted to resurrect a king amongst worms. Yet the divinity they called forth merely borrowed the semblance of my fallen brood brother. Such gods are not summoned, but created. Phantoms spun from the threads of misplaced faith.
Then the spirit that answered me.
Was but thy dream of Shiva. Thy soul hath been corrupted by a deity of thine own making, child.
Yikes.
Be that as it may, Lord Hraesvelga, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
The tale of thy kind is one of avarice, treachery, and death. And thou wouldst speak to me of peace. Hark thee, mortal, to the naked truth. Then tell me thou deservest forgiveness.
Well, that backfired a little bit. Woof. Oh.
1,200 years ago, my beloved Shiva's sacrifice served to bring an end to the war twixt man and dragon, paving the way for an age of peace and cooperation. 2 centuries of harmony were to follow, during which time the Elizin learned much about us. Not least that the eyes of a great worm are the wellspring of his strength. 'Twas out of the selfish desire to possess this strength that King Thordan then conspired to undo all that our peoples had achieved together. With the aid of his loyal knights, that most noble of Elizin lured my brood sister Ratostkar into an ambush and took from her that which he craved. Fain would I strike the image from my mind, yet still the scene doth linger of my brood sister's tattered corpse, defiled by her Elizin allies. They had torn out her eyes and feasted upon them in the manner of wild beasts. Yet that was not all, for from their bloody banquet the fiends had gained strength beyond that of mortal men. Even now, I labor to comprehend the enormity of their betrayal. Nidhogg was the first to learn of the atrocity, and he took to the skies, hungry for vengeance. But though he slew Thordan and some few of his knights, their fellow butchers knew only too well where to aim their spears, and with now practiced savagery, they set about my brood brother, sending him flailing from the field. Such is the truth the Holy See would keep hidden. Such was the beginning of the Dragon Song War. 'Tis a song my kind shall ne'er forget. Should 10,000 years pass, and Ishgard crumble into dust.
Yep, can't blame him. I'd be pretty vengeful too. Getting a half mountain goat, half dragon vibe. Yeah, for real, I could see that with a little bit of eagle or sparrow or something.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, dragon, Why should I believe your version of events?
I find this a really interesting conversation. I know that they set it up this way because they're great writers, but found a very interesting conversation that we had last night over the fire about bettering ourselves through knowledge and not turning a blind eye when we realize that we're wrong. And then him kind of motioning towards not having learned from that conversation, but maybe he did. Maybe he has. We haven't let him finish talking yet. Vengeance is very important to a dragon's diet. Same, Eisen, same. What thou chooseth to believe is immaterial. The betrayal that yet haunts mine every waking moment is no less than the truth to my kind. And Nidhogg meaneth for Thornton's people to suffer for this sin till the end of days. That which thou imaginest a war of extinction is but a punishment, a siege of the spirit. Hast thou not seen those who tire of the torment, those who abandon their own and side with dragonkind?
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Know that all the traitor's progeny bear a trace of Ratoskor's essence, but a single sip of our blood is enough to awaken it.
Then, the seed lies within us.
'Tis for this reason that those who abandon their loyalties are rewarded with a drink, and thus are they transformed to join the ranks of Nidhogg's ever-growing army as newborn dragons. One by one, through death or defection, my brood brother shall account for all of the betrayer's children.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment.
Yeah, those guys. We fought.
But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain.
Yikes.
There will always be some, of course, who choose to fight until the bitter end. Like thee, Dragoon. But struggle as thou might, thy youthful vigor will be spent ere thou reachest 70, and Nidhogg shall remain to torment thine offspring.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance. An eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
Thou hast the right of it, Dragon Slayer. Comprehendest thou now the futility of thy quest?
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Stubborn child, thou thinkest in mortal terms. Our perception of time is too broad for thee to grasp. 'Tis a simple matter for thee to offer thine apologies. Thou didst not perpetrate the crime. Despite thy visions, the deeds of history seem distant to thee. For a worm such as Nidhogg, however, that history is yet part of his present, as fresh as the blood that did gush from Ratoskor's wounds. How could he not be driven mad? 'Tis only by the calming embrace of Shiva's soul that mine own fury hath not consumed me. But let us speak no more of what is done.
My faith in your kind is spent, and I would be alone. We'll tell him, whoopsie, you're bad, and we'll all be friends and fly off into the sunset, yeah. Woof. I'm on the dragon's side, actually. That's fucked up, dude.
Hersvelger was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power. The will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths we have learned serve only to— fuck, sorry, I pressed too many buttons. Haven't you heard? Friendship is magic! Sparkles! I think the negotiations went pretty well. I mean, we didn't wind up in a fight, right? I guess that's good. I want to say something, but I don't know if it'd be considered a spoiler. Ooh, probably don't say it then, lovely clerk, but yeah, that's a fair concern. Anytime the dragon doesn't tail whip you, it's a good negotiation. Also true. Thank you, Joseph, for the head pat. I read what Jazza said. Thank you. TLDR, person messed up in the distant human memory, and now Nidhogg is eternally dragging these nuts across his guardian face. Exactly. That's funny. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course. Money. You heading out, amazing Aiken. Thank you so much for spending some time with us, darling. It was great to see you again. I hope we'll have the privilege of your company once more, maybe on Friday. It'll be day after tomorrow. We will be doing an 8-hour art stream, so please come on in, help us decide what we should draw, and request some music as well. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, amazing Aiken. Thank you for joining us. Hugs and head pass. Sounds great, lovely Joseph. Valos, thank you for contributing to the Fadian Game Challenge.
What is there to be found in the east?
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word and aided you in this fool's errand with Heavensward.
I do understand where Stinian is coming from at this specific moment in time as well. Even though I'm kind of on the dragon side because I understand their perspective, I get that it's basically like, to Estinian, it's kind of like, either I do this or humanity falls, right? Kind of. Ishgard, specifically.
But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
I should take my nighttime drugs and pretend to sleep until morning comes. Oh, cutie cloak. What time is it for you right now, hon?
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
Yeah, I get you. I get it, Estinian, but also, yeah, like 12:11 a.m. Oh yeah, probably time for sleep. Aiken, you have my attention. I'll most likely be there. Ah, let's go! I'm so looking forward to it, lovely Aiken. Thank you so much for hanging out. Just a note, Tau, I don't want to see you suffer. I just can't help but throw points at community goals. That's all right, lovely Valos. You're golden, darling. No worries. Isail and Estinian are the very essence of mom and dad are fighting again. Ain't that the truth? Damn, emo night, dude. I'll probably be able to fake sleeping until it becomes real sleeping. I hope that does, I hope that is what occurs. Thank you for another care package, Ozzy. And Iridius, thank you for contributing to the movie night.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage.
Oh boy.
And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe.
Oh, so you expect me to join in on this too?
But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
Because as you know, you can fake it till you make it. If I'm unable to sleep for a good couple of hours after trying, I'll sometimes get up and do like a really intense HIIT workout and then take another shower and then get 3 hours of sleep. I have Sauron, yes indeed.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
If you don't know, impressive! How do you get sleep? I do sometimes do the fake it till you make it sleep, but like, generally speaking, as long as I get a reasonable amount of exercise during the day, or if I'm on a rest day between my workouts, then I can sleep, well, I can fall asleep fairly easily. If he thinks that their group collectively can defeat the dragon, then by proxy, that means he believes that their group could also level a city with more ease. Oh, that's actually a good point, Skeleton. True. Yummy. Too bad Nidhogg can't turn a blind eye to this. Well done. Excellent. Uh-oh, the emo knight has a severed eye. This can't end well.
Such is the
I'm sure it
way
won't.
of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
Ah. Woof.
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Oh,
Leave her.
poor Sil.
Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Eesh. God, he's a bit harsh, isn't he? Fuck. If laying down with your eyes closed isn't faking sleep, I don't know what is. Lots of tossing and turning. Slaying a dragon and burning a city to the ground are two very different skills. Well, that's true. But surely, if you can do one, you could probably do the other. She thought she was gonna get to boink a dragon and got shut down hard. What a way to put it, but true. Nidhogg swiped left. Isael needs some head pads. Poor Isael. Here, I'll give her a, okay, I'll give her, I'll hug with my hand. Okay. Let me see here. You're patting the wrong part of her. I can't do anything about that. She's not. Hold on. What if I do this? Welcome back, Precious Patricia. He does quite literally have an eye out. True. That's like saying hunting a bear and poisoning an ant colony are equally easy. The ant colony will rebuild if a few survive, but a dead bear is just a dead bear. Well, that's fair, but I think in the case of Nidhogg, it's like potentially a non-starter for his quest to obliterate humanity now. Have to head out. All good, Valiant Palace. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Ooh, another song. Yeah, there's a lot of Tau singing today, isn't there, Precious Patricia? Good effort. Thank you. Gray Elwood on a fat cat pog. I know. This cat is so cute. Hold on. I'll sing this song while we stare at this cat. Here, you have the floor while I sing. All right, leaving on a jet plane. Let me see here. Leaving on a jet plane. Okay. All my bags are packed and I'm ready to go. I'm standing here outside your door. I hate to wake you up to say goodbye. But the dawn is breaking and it's early morn. The taxi is waiting and he's blowing his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could cry. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. There's so many times I've let you down. So many times I've played around. I tell you now that they don't mean a thing. Every place I go, I'll think of you. Every song I sing, I'll sing for you. When I come back, I'll bring your wedding ring. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. There you go. Hello, Shadow Cat. Welcome on in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Bash. I'm sorry. I'm shocked that you guys are requesting so many songs today, to be honest, because my throat from the very start has been like... Yay! I go to check how much more mobile subs are right now, and it just goes, haha, we broke again. I'm so sorry, Sam. I bet the cat loved that. Gorgeous as ever. And I never thanked you for the song I redeemed. That's okay, Ozzy. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Following Tao saying so, my name is ferocious Palele. Did I say that? Oh, Ozzy, that's so kind of you. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the sweetest Sam. Thank you. Oh, and Sam, don't even worry about resubbing. Clearly, the awesome Ozzy has got you for this month. Thank you so much, Ozzy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. That's so kind of you. W, Ozzy. W, oi, oi, oi. You tried to say Precious Patricia before the song, but it came out how I typed it. I didn't even realize. All right, let's see. Defeat enemies as you search for the area. Oh God, well, how much enemy defeation does there need to be? Defeation. Do you like my new word? Do you like my new word? I'm an artist. I can make new words too. Up, I'm down to 1 health. Now he definitely ain't sleeping. Excuse me. I would like to go down here. What? I can't follow you. Oh, I guess I could just do this. We should just have a weekly karaoke night. That's so funny. I would die of embarrassment and humiliation every single week then. Probably would be the only thing that could make me not want to stream is if I started taking on karaoke weekly or horror games weekly. You are an excellent linguist. I am a linguistus. Aha! Chokibos, chokibos. I was checking solely for curiosity, but I won't decline more Tau. I would love to have you here more, darling. Does Tau need taxi service? I think I'm okay. We gotta defeat stuff on the way anyway, so I figure if we jump the gun, we won't defeat the things, right? Pals are so funny. Pals are very funny. And very sweet. Very thoughtful, these precious pals. Now where do we go? What the fuck? Where is it? Where's the... Am I stupid? Oh, it's up there. Up there. Can I have a ride? Can I please have a ride? Woo. Thank you, Woo. Gwen's so sweet. Thank you, Woo. You should do a horror stream where you sing all the dialogue, combine the two, and maybe the supposed badness of both will cancel each other out. That is one way to go about it, I suppose. How much longer does Tau stream today? Sweetest Sam, we will probably stop in about an hour, so I'll in fact, I might turn off the, I think I'll turn off the raids now, maybe? No, probably 20 minutes. Probably 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. In fact, I'll put a little timer. There we go. Singing does make scary things less scary, so maybe it would work. Well, I would screech a lot, though. Hey, thank you, Gray. I appreciate it. We should at least have karaoke on every day that ends in a Y. You guys want karaoke on every day that ends in a Y, you gotta go check out my girl, Asuna_karaoke. I will give her a shout out in just a second. She's the one we rated it, who rated into us, during our karaoke, one of the wonderful people who rated into us during our karaoke stream, but she was the only one who was doing karaoke at the time. And then yesterday we rated it into her. And she's so sweet, dude. Oh my God. Asuna karaoke. Yeah, make sure you go check her out if you want someone who sings really beautifully, and she's got such a she's so cute, dude. Holy crap. She's so cute and pretty. Again with the Nightmare Before Christmas music with a cute little fluffy floaty thing. I know. They say two negatives make a positive, but Tau singing is positively lovely, so unfortunately that suggestion would not work. Ah, lip shucks, you're so sweet. Wait, where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, fuck. Oh no, I'm going sort of the right way? It looks like I gotta go this way. Considering the screaming to be vocal training for when you become a professional live opera singer. Put that as a channel point fun. Whoop! Wish me luck on that one. I think my voice goes through enough strain doing VA stuff. And that's my preferred thing, so. All right. Oh, I should probably get off of the animal. Get off of the cool bird. This thing reminds me of Damon's dragon from House of the Dragon. It's such a hideous, creepy looking creature. Oh, there's another one. Another one! Amphipteer straggler. How do you even pronounce it? Amphipteer. Amphipteer. This game teaches me, an English teacher, words that I have not heard before. All right. Oh, look, an end point. Hopefully, we'll see. You're going wherever you think is right, Tau. Everyone chooses their own path, and only you can know which one is right for you. Oh, in the game? Yeah, you're going the wrong way. Indeed, indeed. Saggy, you're waiting at the end of the world for us, hey? An amphitheater is basically a wyvern with no hind legs. Oh, okay, thank you. Interesting. I've definitely not heard of that before. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy.
Aye, that would be the Airy. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
What about a musical redeem where you just sing about everything you're doing? I wish I had, like, the remotest sense of rhythm, melody, pitch, song, anything. I tragically don't, so I wouldn't even know how to go about singing everything I'm doing. It probably helps that the word is also spelled amphitheater, and is based on the Greek words amphi, meaning both sides, and pteron, meaning wing. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I almost read as amphitheater, and I'm like, there's no theater in there. Sinister black cloud, wasn't enough evidence that something bad was happening up there? Valid question. Valid question.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
Another sing redeem. All right, all right. You've done 12 quests so far, Tau. Not as much as last week, but still respectable. Thank you. Okay, we got another song to sing. Another John Denver one, though. Country Roads. You're getting the meat of the story, so it's going to have more cutscenes. That's true. Good point. All right. Just distract. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. A misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my country roads. Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. There There you go. I hope you like my strange rendition where I skip a whole verse. All right. Oh, hugging for most enchanting singing. You're so sweet. Oh, thank you guys. Everything's so sweet. Thank you for the request, Joseph. Thanks, cutie pies. Oh, thank you. You're so kind.
Ugh. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the area. And I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well. On the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together.
Have you seen Whisper of the Heart? I have not. What is that? That was golden buzzer material. Aw, thanks, Aussie. That's so sweet. I'm gonna do that thing I should have done 30 minutes ago. Nighttime meds being added to the donut hole of my body. The digestive tract, the donut hole of your body. Cutie Cloak, take the appropriate amount of meds, sleep super well, have the sweetest dreams, and thank you for hanging out with us for just a little bit longer. We love having you.
I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Raynette's Forum, Tau. From what I gleaned of the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship project, Sid will still be in Ishgard.
Stinian just gonna stand here like a grump.
Yes, I am!
Alright, we gotta go Coeathus. Foundation! Let's go. Oh, I'm not gonna sleep immediately. Oh, very good. But I might pass out soon. Okay, well, preemptively. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dream. I do find it funny that the clearly suspicious place isn't the place that people immediately go for in many fantasy places. I think that maybe there's like a wishful thinking of like, oh, surely that's not my job. That might not be right, surely.
When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising these Guardians on their ailing airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing or mayhap even the Sky Steel manufactory. Let us not waste any time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him. The question is, who? Sir Aymeric would seem the obvious choice, but there's no guaranteeing he'll be able to grant us an audience at such short notice. Oh, I have it! Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy Sea's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the manor and see if Lord I'm just gonna call him Emma. Emma is about. Emanolian.
Aha! Eminem. Yeah, Lord Eminem. Spaghetti. Mom spaghetti. Okay. Let me in. We all call him Emma. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, I don't have a stroke. I'll try. It's the Etceptoraniac conundrum all over again. Look at me go. I can say Etceptoraniac. I've been practicing. All right, you're the Dickbad son, right? Oh God, yep, okay.
Oh, the hero returns. Here goes the fight, old girl. Well, I trust... In search of a Sid Garland, you say? Then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silver-haired genius is cropped up more often than most. I has been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. 'Twould seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, Tau, we must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion.
Maggie Smith, is that you?
No! 10 points to Gryffindor! Of course, that doesn't count because I'm not actually a Maggie Smith impersonator. Eric had a son? Wait, who?
Hi, Kit Kat. Get hugs. Thank you for being so attentive and sweet.
I don't call him anything because his name is not worth remembering. Ooh!
Saggy! You get hugs too because you're here, and I like having you here too. Hugs for you.
Are we not friends? Hold on a second. You want to come to the party? You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm inviting you just in case. What is the location of Mr. Sid as it were? Oh, he's over there. Oh, I can probably, maybe. If you're lucky, I might be able to bring myself, to will myself, to trek these treacherous paths all the way there. Oh, I actually probably didn't need to do that. I could have just teleported. Yep. Oh, well. Oh, well. Who doesn't like a little sightseeing, you know? I heard you mention asshole, so I assumed it was Eric. Well, Emma's a bit of an asshole, too. I don't know if he's, like, extra asshole. Sid, my boy. Bigs, where's Smalls? Dungeon in 5 quests. If you're quick, you can probably get through it. If not, you'll have to do it next week. Oh, fair enough. All ass, no hull. Totally useless without the hull. No. Saw Tesla today with a HP-themed vanity plate. Only 1, I think someone else got the proper spelling before them, and 2, I'm not sure why one would want a reference to that as their plate. 3, spelling it Horcrux. Oh, just looks dumb. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a great idea. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Wow, putting Horcrux on anything is like, yikes. Sid. Last Tesla I saw, I threw up. It was salmon pink. Personally, the worst color you can put on a car. Oof, salmon pink. That is a choice. How? Alfie, how fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. Another wind barrier. And you say it was conjured by Nidhogg. The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. And if they took it on into their heads to incinerate the rigging, well, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do. Some manner of weapon we could employ, or Stinian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mists, but we do not know how much longer. All right. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Smalls, it's time we gave you the new toys of yours a proper field test. It's probably best if I let the lads show you. Come on, the manufactory is not far from here. We're gonna need a smaller boat. Wait, that's not how the quote goes. True! It is not. Let me guess, the small one is Biggs and the tall one is Smalls. Well, technically the tall one is Biggs and the small one is Wedge, but I can't remember Wedge's name half the time, and now he's permanently in my brain as Smalls. Yeah, the actual canonical name is Wedge, but I call him Smalls. They're a walking Star Wars reference. Wait, are they really? I think you guys have told me this before, haven't you? Best employees. They are pretty good. Where the
There. I found it. We're here. We're here. My Lord Bree! I'm getting all the A's out of my body. I was just looking, I was saying, where the fuck? And I found it. Some kind of voice actor breathing exercise. No. If I had gone, then it would be. Or not breathing exercise. No, just me saying fuck really long. And then finding where I had to be. Look at me go. Look at me go. Yummy. Ah! Yeah, or no breathing exercise. That is true. That is more like a liquid. Tau and Pals, I need a verdict on something. Is it burned out or burnt out in regards to overworking and getting tired? I would say you are about to be burned out. And then once you have dealt with the burnout, you have been burnt out. Cooked also works. A little project's just inside. You're gonna like this one. Yes, also true, yes. Alfie walks so stiff sometimes.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
I kind of love the song, but I suspect anyone with good breathing training would be horrified at Starbuster by DC Fontaine. I don't know either that song or the artist. Tau could go wee, woo, wee, woo, wee, woo, as a breathing exercise. I mean, I could, but it's not quite, it doesn't quite stretch the vocal cords how you want them to. Robot Alfie, I am getting burnt out on Pal World. Excessive playing leaves me burnt out. Boom! There it is. Exactly. That's what I would say. Tau is an ambulance. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Tau would make a wonderful ambulance. I'm so soothing. Woo, just like so loud though. Woo.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi there, Vixie. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing, hun? You'll link in the music channel. Awesome. I still want to see Tau try to scream after exhaling as much as possible. Is that what you wanted? I did it. Thank you for the scream.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them. They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution.
More serious answer in the US English, it's typically burned for noun. Do you mean for verb? Burnt for adjective? Elsewhere, this also applies, but burnt for both is generally more common. I do still have mix-ups with my American English and my Aussie English.
I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
Smalls looks like he's got a little fruit on his head. I like his little fruit stem. Cute.
The energy conversion ratio's bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, lots of places you can't.
Ah.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off. If you'll forgive the pun.
Oh, you get this. Good job, Sid. Burn for verb, yes. My brain is burnt from this job of mine. Valid. Draza. I don't like US English. Not enough you, too much I. Valid, Cloak. Valid. No, I just mix them up all the time. Sometimes, like, I think that sometimes I do wind up, like, kind of subconsciously, if I'm talking to an American friend, I'll, you know, spell, like, honor, Honor. But then if I'm talking to a Brit or an Aussie, then I'll add the U. But there are times where I'll just fuck it up entirely. They get more Zs than we do, though. True. Yeah, I do kind of miss the Zs. Z looks really pretty in a lot of words. I don't like all the S's I see in Aussie English. You good, Tataru?
Tataru, what's happened?
He sounds like Kermit.
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Alda. It's about Her Grace, the Sultana.
Is she alive? Or is she finally dead? I've prepared myself already for her death.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the Mana Cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds.
Sid is a pretty attractive dad.
You, meanwhile,
Silver
should
Fox
concentrate
man.
on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
Is he even a dad? Don't spoil anything. I don't think he's a dad at the moment. I really like him in that outfit as well. They needed to be fair. They are constantly overworked just to get through the day. I like that. That's funny. The lack of S's is suspicious, or suspicious for you Americans. Yes, I so miss my pronunciation of suspicious. Why do you want her to die? She's the most precious being. I don't want her to die. I just was prepared because I thought that she did. Cutie crazy. Thank you for the lurk and the support. I do appreciate it. Have a good night, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams.
General Robon says to have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts. And he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, come, Tau. Pressing through Ishgard's plight may be,
wait, pressing through Ishgard's plight may be... Hold on, I don't understand how this... Maybe our presence here will not serve. Pressing through Ishgard's plight may be... I don't really understand the delivery on that. Anyway.
Our presence here will not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend what aid we may.
Pray return to the Waking Sands. We need a t-shirt. We need a t-shirt with this on it. I'd be more than happy to call Sid dad. Wait, like dad as in you would be a good dad, or like daddy? No, not again. We don't have zoos here in Australia. We have zoos. Zoos.
Tataru, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we have identified a solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare.
As you wish, Master Alfie.
To the Waking Sands, Warrior of Light. 'Tis past time Uldar was delivered from this darkness.
Ray Rissand to the Waking Turns. I'd call Sid daddy, yeah. Yeah. Sid is actually roughly 34. Oh, okay. So there are some people in this chat he probably couldn't be the dad of, but could still be very much the daddy of, you know? All right. We gotta go to the Waking Sands. I have a bazillion of these little fucking, where are they? I have so much shit in my inventory. Nobody look. Nobody look. Nobody look. Make sure you don't look, make sure that you're not looking the upper right. Oh, sorry, I meant the upper left. Oh, the bottom left. Oh, the middle. Don't look. Don't. He's one of the oldest characters in the major cast. Is he really? Why not Berg? It's not that much. Listen, Draza, I've just had so many people be like thoroughly perturbed by my, let's see, my unread Discord messages, my unread Discord servers, my inventory management, and several other things. So I'm just playing around. You haven't tried crafting and gathering yet and have like 6 retainers full of stuff. Yeah, I should probably put some stuff in there, huh? Tau, you can discard basically all of the Coil's gear tokens. Really? There's nothing we can do with it? Is this it? Oh no, that's Allegan. What is, hold on. Coil's gear tokens. Oh, are these the coils gears? You do this inventory stuff just to hurt us? No, I would never do that to hurt you, please. You have to believe me. Disgusted by unread servers? I have dozens I haven't looked at since 1973. How old does that make you if you're reading servers by 1973? On Discord, which wasn't invented until what, the 2000s? How old does that make you? Because that means that you have to be really old because you had to time travel. So, I think that means Save is roughly 189 years old. Is that right? Did I get it right? Welcome back, Susan. If he were my dad, there would be an age difference that between us would be more than a little off-putting. That's fair, Skellington. Oh, hi, Elegant. Okay, I can just bin it. Should I not even like open them? Oh, you can't open them. I don't know how shit works, sorry. I have 6 retainers full of stuff, and both my saddlebag and inventory are more or less full. That is crazy. Terrific Terry. Sweetie, thank you so very much for 10 entire months. I so appreciate it. Thank you so much, darling, for your incredible generosity, kindness, dedication, and support. Thank you. Thank you so very much, Terrific Terry.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
They did, and here he is. And if you guys haven't checked him out, you are missing out. Check this man out. Here, we do this type of shout out this time. And then, there's the save. And then we can do this one. Save. Double up. Yeah, you guys have to check out Sweetest Safe. He's amazing. And also, I would love to see you guys there because I spend time in the wild there. Oftentimes you guys can find me there just chilling and vibing and having a little giggle to myself because Save's very funny and very informative and very sweet and very cozy streamer for a Hearthstone flesh tuber man. If you want the gear those tokens craft, I can make it for you sometime. Oh, do you want me to give them to you? It sells for 26 gil. Should I sell it? I'm 5.6 SIDS, the standard unit of measure in America. In America, we do measure things in SIDS or football fields, dependent. Hope stream's going well. It is, sweetheart. Thank you for asking, Terrific Termi. How are you doing? There's only 2 NPCs in this game I would call daddy. Sid is one of them. Yeah, Sid would be a good daddy. Thank you for feeding me, Kitty Cluck. You have once again filled the whole screen of chat with me. Yes, it's because my brain not working. I did not sleep very much last night, and I'm quite a sleepy goose. I want to fawn over you more, but I think I did earlier, and maybe I did now. Americans measure using anything except metric. It's very funny. Just bin it or sell it, but get rid of them. I doubt you'll ever use them. Okay, I will do that. Doing good. Spent my birthday with exams and assignments, but got to do some cool stuff on the side as well. So, oh, good. Oh, nice. Okay, fair enough. Tell me sounds very busy, but I'm glad that you got some shit done. Americans measure everything like how Australians measure distance. Australians measure distance using time. That's actually so true. Oh, it's like 5 minutes down the road. Oh, that's about 8 minutes down the road. Gun! Gun? Gun? Oh, timer's up. Hold on, I gotta turn off thine reds. We'll be finishing up in about half an hour. Whoop. It's only a 15-hour drive. Exactly right. TauTassie fun. Oh no, we've ruined the alliteration when changing your species. TauTassie stag. We just like the S is small and then the T is uppercase. So TauTassie stag. Yes. How many SIDS are in a football field? At least 5.6. Was that the measure save? Was it, or was it 6.5? How did I lose this? How did I lose this message? It wasn't that long ago. 5.6. At least 5.6. TauTassie tortoise? I don't know if I am slow enough. You know, I'm not soothing enough or calm enough or speak slowly enough to be a tortoise. You know what I mean? I feel like a really good tortoise streamer VTuber would be someone who is like, this is generally how they react, and it's very soothing and very pleasant and fairly predictable and rather cozy. But that's just not me. I just can't fucking do that. TauJongosaurus. What is that? Taunic the Tiger Hog. That's me. SIDS are a measure of age, not distance. Just like parasects are a measure of distance, not time. Do you have a clip for that, Save? You guys, in case you didn't hear when I was talking about Save File 17 earlier, he has a tremendous amount of clips, and they are genuinely incredible. All you have to do, by the way, if you go into his chat, just, you don't even have to say hi to him. You should say hi to him. It's polite, but you don't even have to say hi to him. You can just be like, Tau, and he'll be like, okay. And he's got like 150 clips of me. He'll be like, which Tau do you want? You could probably do that with many a VTuber. He's got an entire army of VTubers. If you would like to know my rank in the Save File 17 army, it's !rank, and I will read it if you do it. There's an entire subreddit dedicated to American news articles using anything but the metric system. For example, asteroid weighing as much as 15 washing machines lands in Ohio man's house, or America's largest glacier is roughly the size of 76 baseball fields, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really funny. I like it. TauTassieTiger. The T in Tafon is silent. I feel like I almost sound like a Star Trek character. If you call me Tafon, Tafon, I would be honored to be associated with T'Pol. The clip would be Han Solo saying, "You haven't heard of the Millennium Falcon? It's the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs." And then Obi-Wan gives him an incredulous look, probably because he knows it's a measure of distance. Yep. I'll have to come in and ask you for that clip, Save. Hi, Magnificent Mulgrim. Welcome on back. To Tau. Yeah, to Tau. To Tau. TauTassieTiger. Onomatopoeia. Okay, sorry.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
They did actually explain the Kessel Run line in the Solo movie. Oh, did they? I haven't seen it, actually. What's the explanation there? I traveled 16 parsecs in 12 parsecs.
I cannot complain. Thanks.
Dude, I keep on saying parsec because I'm thinking of Pokemon. Parsec. Fuck. Thank you for the care package.
Progress in the search for
horrific termi. Tiger Tassie Tau. Yeah, that's my alternative name. Imagine if I did a rebrand and I just went, all right, you guys, here's the new name. Tiger Tassie Tau. No, I like my name. My cat has engaged crackhead mode. Uh-oh. Cat gonna go crazy.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
It's explained as him discovering a very dangerous shortcut from Kessel to the rest of space that was 12 parsecs, as opposed to the safer and regular 36 parsec route around a nebula to get there. Oh, I see. So he's smarter than we knew. I think the movie used a very similar explanation to the old books. The Kessel Run involves black holes, so you need to be going really fast to go closer to the black holes and not die. This shaves off time and distance. Oh, I see. Okay, I recognize this reference. TauTassie tomfoolery. What can I say? I am a tomfool. A fool of a took. I heard they announced an SCP Foundation, either movie or TV series.
I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery.
Oh god, I'm gonna have trouble saying that. Frondale's frontistery. Frondale's frontistery. Frondale's frontistery. I'm gonna say that 5 times fast. Crazy cat girl looking marsupial transformed into a humanoid shape. New name rolls right off the tongue. Look at me go. Tassie Tomfoolery is Taz's second channel, where they do pranks on people. Ah, I'm such a prankster. Shucks. That's what they call her, TauTassieTiger. If you say it fast enough and you don't actually look at the text, it almost sounds Vulcan. TauTassieTiger. That elf with that white mustache looks like Master Wu from Ninjago. Or wait, is it Ninjago? Is that how you say it? You guys only taught me about what Ninjago was like ages ago, like a month or two ago. What if, and hear me out, Reggie Tessa Tuaktua. Tuaktua. TauTassieTiger of a talk. Ninja go. Oh, thank you, Ninja go. You slurred into Tom Pool. That's your fourth wall breaking variant. The marsupial with a mouth. When do I get a crossover with my cousin, Deadpool? The marsupial with a mouth is so good. We are getting incredibly distracted with only 30 minutes left to go. It's true. I fucking love Ninja go. TauTassie Tomfoolery sounds like she goes around pulling Three Stooges pranks on people. Only if the writers write me that way. I am afraid I am not much of a improvisational trickster prankster type. My biggest prank is, I would like my biggest prank to be showing up to someone in need and giving them like money or materials or something that would make their life easier. Haha, gotcha! You know what's funny? Ninjago made a poster for one of their season, it looks like the Avengers Endgame poster. Ninjago. Here's my favorite prank, Tau. Uh-oh.
There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
Knock knock, who's there?
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
You-hoo!
It lends some weight to Duella's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady in waiting, Mariel.
I actually have not been paying attention. I should probably reread this. For those who are bad at reading text backwards, I just put TauTassieTiger in reverse. That you did. Yodule. Okay, bye. Get out of my house. Bye-bye. I'm just kidding. Okay, before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, it seems prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most likely to have administered it, the lady in waiting, Mariel. Ooh, okay. Made you yodel again.
As soon as we learned of her location, all that remains is to apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar.
Do it. Do it.
But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands.
For those who are bad at reading text backwards, I've put this message in normal order for your convenience. Thanks, Sam! Oh my god. I tried D&D once and couldn't come up with a character, so I tried combining a lot of stuff to make it the closest to Spider-Man. That's a fun idea. Thanks a million! Ramon still sounds like Sean Bean. I could hear it.
We must be prepared for the worst.
Sorry, this is the kind of shit that Save just does in chat, but he's even more funny if you go watch his stream.
What say you, warrior of light? Will you lend me yours?
He makes me laugh so much, it's crazy. What do you need from me? An arm. Oh, I'll give you an arm.
Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo and for Uldar!
Yeah! Go! Get him! Woo! Yugiri! How is a burger also is pretty lady? Why am I a burger, VX? So I'm getting ready for bed. Have a good one, Swedish Shadowgun. Thanks for hanging out, hun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Being a newish pal, I struggle reading backwards or frontwards, but I appreciate it, Save. That's okay, Lovely Lesson. I tend to read things out loud anyway. He's actually Nicholas Bolton. Compared to most of the cast, he's a bit more well-known than most of the FF14 voice actors. I have heard of his name. Still a small-time VA. Nicholas Bolton. What else has he been in? Our target is Marielle, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting. A woman of Midlander heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's resident and confirm that Marielle is still in hiding there. I was just typing... Well, I can read it, but it's just really funny that I'm a burger and a pretty lady. If I understand can you only so reverse and message this put I? Backwards text reading it good are those four. For those that are good at reading text backwards, I put this message in reverse so only you can understand it. It reminded me of Vetelina and Vetelina's Star Wars translation, back to translation. I did it! What do I win? You win the knowledge of your knowledge. Dragon Age 2, he voiced the male, and Godol in Xenoblade Chronicles. Is that all he's done? Surely he's been in some other stuff. I feel like I've heard his name before. Ah, fuck. I'm too lazy. I don't want to. Lazy. I guess I'll go to Horizon. Oh, okay, thanks. I was just gonna click on it. I'm gonna head on out now, Chow and Pals. Thanks as always for the lovely and amazing FF14 stream and a fun 2-year follow anniversary as well. Keep being you, Chow. It's what makes you special. Have a good one, Precious Patricia. Thank you so much for being a part of the community for 2 whole years. That is more than half the time we've been streaming. Oh wait, you're gonna give me a ride on the bus. Wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. We gotta go to the Silver Bazaar, please. Take the bus. See, this is why I can't do singing what I'm doing redeems. Miss Tomfool, we are for the backward. Exactly, Save, exactly. Poor Vetelina's not here to witness the majesty of your reference. He does a lot of work for BBC Radio. Is he British? Is that not a fake accent? Is that the Batmobile? It is. Well, I mean, it's the Batmobile with extra steps. Pretty cool, huh? Almost 3 months. Look at you! I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you. Yeah, he's British. He's British. He's British. God, the Brits would love how I think hopefully Geeks is asleep. Kiki Poo, I forgot how it's been about 6 months since I voiced you. What is your jam?
Greetings, Tao. What can I do for the Silver Bazaar's favorite adventurer? Looking for Marielle, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Eldar, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with city life.
6 months? I swear you've been here since the beginning of the channel. That's crazy. Yeah, he's British. You're back. Welcome back and free of work. Yippee! How was work, sweetie? BBC Radio? They have a radio program for that? Oh my god. Funny joke. 5 months. Let's go, Mogren. Thank you. All right. Marielle. Nice, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. It's the one closest to the market entrance. Nice, thank you. Uno mas, uno mas. Listen, there's not that many houses to choose from, to be honest. Spotted Meadow. Do I know of any returning residents? Oh, gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear of this. Where's this bitch? Where's the murderous hag? Oh, it's Dulala. You don't want to talk to me? Okay. Just walk right past you then. Am I going the right way? Wait, hold on. Wait, no, she's still here somewhere. Oh, no, she's still here. Okay, sorry. Dulala, do you know anything? What about you, guy in the robe? No? Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay, closest to the market. Everything is closest to, what are they talking about? Everything's closest to market. There's only 3 places. Fine, I'll just do this. I'll just break into their house and found you! Work was dealing with Monday problems today, even though I have voiced said problems months before. But we were vibing, cause be higher problems now, and I get to laugh till it comes back. Oh, Umbra, I hope it doesn't come back. I hope you're free of it. May the higher-ups have to deal with it.
You are Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I'm beginning to struggle bless my way through staying conscious. Time to fall over, rendering the unconscious for about 6 hours. As you should. You need to be unconscious for at least that long. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, Cutie Club. Gotcha, bitch!
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me.
Oh yeah? That's not what the caption bubble says! Get her. Yeah! Aha! I don't know how he snuck out of nowhere.
General Alden.
Got him. Sometimes it really does feel like I've been here far longer. Still questioning where all the time went. I know, me too. But we're so happy to have you, amazing Umbra. As you know, you are a very valued and treasured piece of the pouch. Have the sweetest dreams. Gotcha, bitch! I'm amused by may you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Gotcha, bitch. You see, in my brain.
The truth from you, girl.
In my brain, I separate my segments, right? So the voice acting segment and like the narration and reading whatever's on screen segment is completely separate from what I'm saying here, like just talking. And then that's completely separate from what I say to you guys, which is completely separate from, you know, me talking to Nate or something. It's completely divided. But I can understand how you guys don't necessarily have that same, like, separation, you know? I sometimes do shit like that. Magnificent Mukram! Thank you for the Thank you. Thank you for the care package. In my brain, there is a light bulb. It is unplugged. Me too. Same. The expressions are great. I can actually see some of the Hildebrand stuff.
Would be better coming from me.
Oh, Lolorito, what are you doing here? Crush him.
Lolorito, you best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity, Omega.
Omega is a strange way to say that word.
Intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Telegi's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
All these people suck. Have we met Lolorito before now? We have. He was in the chambers, and we knew that he was a little sneaky bastard. In the brain, there's a circuit board where any of the switches go to. No one knows, but we keep flicking them!
And what of Nanamo?
I remembered I didn't like him, but I didn't want to accidentally spoil. I appreciate that enormously, Yami. Thank you.
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Mariel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Telegi. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
Wowzers. Thank you for the exposition. Give me some more. Explain the whole plot.
You conniving little worm. You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve.
Yeah.
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution.
Yikes.
Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing El Amigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed.
Wow. He sucks. Oh my
Alas,
god.
Ilberd's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended.
Wow, dude. This guy's got massive balls to be confronting him. That's crazy.
Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive. And preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
Wow. Yikes.
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
It's kind of a shame. His voice acting's great, but the animation's not keeping up with the, volume.
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Telegi Adelegi without trial?
But didn't he deserve it, though? Trial of your peers. I'm a peer! Sorry, let me catch up with you guys real quick. Lolorito, more like Lol Dorito. Doritos are yummier. Fuck, I'm supposed to be sleeping, he says, going cross-eyed from staring at the phone. Uh-oh! I mean, it's Sam at this point. You better just stick around. As soon as we're done with this cutscene, we'll have to finish up. He's literally every CEO ever. He kind of is. This overgrown lapdog demands bigger laps! What? I'm True though, save. Wow, huge balls for such a tiny man. It's true. What's the button to kick to the Lala? Asking for the big guy. Yeah, if they give me the option of slicing this guy's head off, I will do it. Raban isn't somebody you want to piss off. He'll cut you down 100%. Some precious pal uppies. Look, Raban simply did what one does with a popoto. Turn him into Julian fries. Yeah, get him.
Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law.
Madness. This is Ulda. Exactly, Liv. I think there's a well here somewhere. Surely we can kick him down. Wow, you are so much more chill than me, my bro. Holy
If
fuck.
you would, Lord Lolorito?
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find her grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
Do it. His hand's so big. Yeah, do some bicep curls.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
Big guy kicks the Lala with the wizard hat. Do they become a magic missile? Yes. We love punting Lalas, except for Tataru and Wedge. If you punt either of them, I'm a crime.
Rauban Aldin, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. Yes. The citizens of Ulda shall once more be united under Nanamo Ulnamo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Lala's walk is so funny. I think that's probably a good place to leave off, don't you? I will forget everything that's happened, probably. But I'll park my ass next to Alfie so that hopefully I'll be like, okay, Yugiri, I forgot why Yugiri's here. I don't know where Stinian is. Why are we in Ulda? That's fine.
Pretty
whatever.
lady. Pretty lady.
All right, my darling pals. Give me just a second. I'm going to see who we might go and raid. Quick reminder. Our next stream will be on Friday, Aussie time. We will be doing some art, and you guys get to help me decide what we're working on, and also what we're gonna listen to. Feel free to come on in and request some music. As per usual, I am going to find somebody who's playing Final Fantasy XIV, since this is one of our few days where we are doing similar stuff to other people. Congrats on the promotion, big guy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just looking. I'm so good at. I don't know how streamers do this. Like they don't go searching for people. Like while they're live. I don't know how you guys do it. Wait a second. We could go see Shalon again. I haven't seen for a bit. But why are Let me see. Sorry, hold on. Bear with me. We do have several raffles to do, both for the community giveaways section in the Discord and also because you guys have been insanely generous this last week. Okay, that's Endwalkers, Shadowbringers. Looks like someone's in. Ooh, they're in Dawn Trail. Fuck! It's so hard to find people who are like as early in the game as I am. Okay. Maybe we will go and see Ray. Yeah, let's go see lovely Ray. Ray is in the midst of some part of Final Fantasy, but it doesn't say what, so therefore I can't be afraid of spoilers. All right, cutie pies. Before we go, massive thank you to our incredible top tier patrons. Thank you so much, Red Tempestus, incredible Hiyuki Yorino, amazing Umberkit 31, Cutie Catatax, and lovely Lavender Rose 26. Thank you guys so much for the amazing support over on the Patreon. I really do appreciate it. I will have your cloth. Looks like you guys want to learn how to do cloth tutorial out in the next week or so. And we're gonna go see Ray. Sweetie pies, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Thank you very much for joining us, and I will see you guys Friday. Please take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. Love you lots, miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Pretty lady.